Alright. Welcome, one and all, back to Sunless Skies. Oh, when last we left off, we had been doing our usual. Going out the reach, trying to steadily improve our situation. And we had definitely found some things. Sorry if I seem a little bit distracted. And apologies for the late start. Yeah, been in a state, but it's alright, Still want to do a bit of this. It was just getting myself into the spirit of it. And so I shall. Let's use a test if my bots are actually working or not. Only one way to see. Hello. Welcome. I hope all are doing well. Because, yeah, I want folks to be doing well. And so it be. Let's see here. When last we left off, yeah, we had a bunch of book assignments. We had a bunch of tea. I don't know where to get that here, but we have it. Really stocked up there. We definitely gotten that and that. Think we got this time around? Maybe. Maybe. Probably the bat. Our adorable little star-smitten bat. That we got the other time before. But yeah, we had certainly found things the last time around, and we have been basically exploring across the reach. I almost said Neath, it is the reach here. A fair bit of our deals take place in London at the moment. Yeah, a fair bit of our deals take place in London, but there's still things we can do here. And I do want to do things here. It's here. Port Haven is where Mr. Menagerie is. So we want to go to Port Menagerie. We want to go back to a certain corpse now that we have an unlicensed chart. Let's see here. There's that. We do need to do Carillion at some point. I want to be Terror's actually pretty good right now. I want to be sure my Terror is in a very good situation there. Right, I need to go to Titania for that. I really do like the Journal in Skies. It's relatively complete in that I can just go down the list. Burn Fragment, that takes place in Albion. Yeah, I just need to go to Titania, go to there, and then find certain other deals. We do need to go back to Hybris, so that works out in that accord. Turn the reserve for more things to export. Okay, and we need that stuff as well for Lustrum. What do I currently have in my bank? We have the Bronzewood, we have the munitions. We would need a pane of stained glass. Go figure, I've been doing by it. Hey, Raider Gaming, it's good to see you. I've been in a weird state today, but otherwise things are all right. For how long I've been doing house pet sitting, it's been kind of wonky with my whole sleep routine, and in turn this routine. So, but I only have a few more days left of that. So hopefully once all that kind of stress is effectively off of me, I can kind of relax and get back into my proper mindset. But other than that, nothing's wrong or anything. Just weird mental stuff. I hope things have been going alright for you, Raider. It is always good to see you, and thus I hope all is certainly going well for you. Because you deserve things to be going well for you. Alright, yeah, that'll be our plan. Titania, Avon, and then to the nature reserve. Alright. That's what we're doing, and I'm sticking with it. Yeah. Oh, it's Tab. Tab is for him. Out on the golf stream because work doesn't let me sleep. Ah, unfortunate. I am, I am certainly apologize, or rather, that's the wrong word. Sympathize with that. That is unfortunate, but at least the VOD's there. But I know that's not as fun as being around. But I appreciate nonetheless that you wanted to see it. It was a fun time with a bunch of friends. It was fun. Different, obviously, from my normal schedule things, but the friend who organized that is about that was his last stream for like a few weeks as he's moving across the country. So I wanted to join in and help with the effectively the send off, and it was a fun time. You, dog, you've been outside. Settle. Yes, settle you. Hey, you're alright. And now I'm being harassed by a dog. He's just all whiny. Yes, you are whiny. You are very whiny, dog. And tremendously whiny. You're alright. Just like y'all out before we start. Yeah, I had a fun time. Yep, thank you. Thank you very much. It was a treat. Honestly, for how angry I vote for what I've watched people in, for how angry I've seen people play that game, it was pretty fun, and I did shockingly well for that being my first time playing that game. It's Off with your friends is an odd game to get used to, but it is fun, and I did way better than I had any rights to. Is Collision was on for one of them. I think it was when I don't want to move here, but bees happened. Collision was on for I think only for the Worms map that we did. That was the one map that had Collision on. I think all the rest they didn't turn Collision on. And they only turned Collision on the Worms map because I mentioned it, so, I helped bring that one upon myself. Although, dear gods, when Collision is on, Collision gets extremely wonky. Of course, speaking of extremely wonky, those jetpacks, I was not having a good time with those jetpacks on the war map. I was just looking at going, oh, what? It's, it's definitely an interesting game, but it is certainly a fun game, too. Right. Fair enough. Yeah, I can see how things get a lot crazier with the collision on, because, well, it is crazy with the collision on. Ooh, ooh, I need these. Yoink. Yeah, I wasn't in control of the lobby or anything, so and also my first time, so I just went along with what other people did. No. Where can I don't have it, I'm sure I don't. A cutting of the titanium pedal. Well, then where do I get this pedal? Game, where is my pedal? Takes one person to use chaos for how to break loose. I definitely did notice that, and definitely did notice that with the collision. It's like it's like I was once you have to be aware that people knock you around. Oh boy, can you get knocked around, and then B, it's just it very much changes everything. You go from this is fine, just shoot, and you just have to figure out the map and such to oh gods, I have to be aware of everybody else. Suffice to say, being aware of everyone else was certainly chaotic. But yeah, it was definitely a first good delve into the game. I enjoyed it quite a bit. At least certainly with my friends. Dog, settle. Stop with the whining. You're all right. You're all right. Yes, you're fine. You're fine. Stop whining. All is well. All is well. You've been outside and done your business. I saw you. If you didn't do all of it, well, that's on you. That's on you. Yes, you're fine. Oh, nah. Stop that. Stop. You're alright. Just settle. Settle. Okay, this is why. I was trying to figure out why I couldn't do this thing. Apparently I need repair things, so we shall move on from Titania, because we can't do the quest that I need to do. Yet, because everything is destroyed. Oh well, we can do... we'll do that when we can then. Alright, next thing on the list then... we can't do anything there, then there's no reason to go over there. We can drop off some of these books to finish the circus, so I think we'll do that. Because then that will put us in the vicinity to go along here and visit an old corpse. And avoid the bees, and avoid the bees. These. Just gonna say live and let be, but I am gonna steal your honey while I'm here. So, don't mind that, bees, and I will be on my way. Captain, a hive. Yes, indeed. Yeah, it definitely was a fun time. It's kind of rare that I end up doing streams that are just with a bunch of friends. So it was a nice change of pace. It was very much a nice change of pace. So I was certainly glad for that. Oops. I very much dodged the wrong way. Whoopsie-daisy. Anyways, let's just get a circus without dodging into anything else. Yeah, obviously don't do it often, but it's the few kind of exceptions that I'm willing to break from my usual schedule. Is if I happen to catch wind of a whole bunch of friends doing things, then I'll gladly I'll gladly break normal schedule to do something of that accord. No, circus. Alright, we want Port Report just because we're here. Shops, Bazaar. Let us sell the rest of these. Oh hey, a Savage Secret. Savage Secret. Yeah, no. Thing I'd been spending way too much time trying to get before, and now I just have one from books. But in fairness, books are not easy to find out here in these reaches. Yeah, exactly. Dodges into the obstacles. that'll that'll show it what's for. You clearly assert your dominance by ramming yourself into the islands, the asteroids that are floating to the sky. That's how you really stick it to the sky. I know you're there to block my way. Well, I'll show you. Yeah, that'll teach him. That'll teach him. Good to know this shortcuts here. We are on our way to Hybris. As we saw last time, the land of mushrooms. Because, nothing could possibly be wrong there. It's not like we're gonna be stopping across a horror on our way en route. We're totally stopping at the horror on our way out, on our way around. Ah, Fungus Land, oh, Fungus Land, it is very dangerous. It's fine, it's fine. It's not like it's all the horrors that are here. It doesn't need all the horrors that are here. It's gonna be interesting. The thing I'm about to do at this horror is something I have never done before. Which fascinates me, because I'm always into things I haven't done. Dog's the wrong way again. I keep on doing that. I don't have an excuse that time. It's not like I was on the reverse way. I'm exactly lined up towards how it mentally makes sense. I just pressed the wrong button. As I do. Alrighty then, our terror's slowly rising. It'll be quickly rising in just a moment. Hello, Fate's Fault. I don't know what to expect when I'm doing this, but we will find out. There's an enduring dreadnought here? Huh. Hello, Her Majesty's vessel. Expecting you all the way out here in Mushroom Land. A messenger of the heavens, greets a member of the crew. There are tears in his eyes. We are back here at Fate's Fall. Asteroid. That one ship. I'm gonna get in the race so that I had to go around. Ship captain. Gonna play chicken with that asteroid. Bonk. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much indeed. Fate's Fall. What remains of the behemoth's carapace is scarred with sigils. Most are marred and broken. Some still holding a sullen, resentful power. Your locomotive is stopped on a broad, flat section of the shell. The few sigils nearby are too cracked to risk much harm. Let us do this again, only this time with a plan. Delve deeper into the body. What secrets you might find in the depths of a messenger corpse? 2 supplies for this, heavily laden. You handpick a few of your crew. Their expressions are grim. Together, you make your way to a crevice in the carapace and secure a rope. You lower supplies down first. It would not do to be caught unprepared. This time, however, we have ourselves an unlicensed chart that we got from an area full of the insane. What could possibly go wrong? Gotta go shopping. I'll be back in an hour. All right then, Raider. I'll see you in an hour then, and good luck with your shopping. See you later. Search for its heart. This is the corpse of a celestial messenger. You have a chart that claims to point the way to its heart. You can only do this once per captain. Well then, by all means, let us do so. Tunnels that branch, and branch again. After hours of pressing through low-ceiling tunnels, the walls become papery, like a wasp's nest. The ground is more rubbery and corroded. Muscle. You must be nearing the heart. You squeeze through a cranny into an oval-shaped chamber. A stultifying heat presses down. Pardon me. You are in a ventricle of the heart. The heart is clogged with hard, black, cancerous polyps. Each is scored with a sigil of guilt. They have grown in such abundance that the heart is distorted. They have torn a hole in the muscle wall. Is this what killed the behemoth? We have gained one Syrian enigma, making our purchase well worth it. We've gained 15 terror. Yeah, that's about expected. We have indeed delved into the corpse of a celestial messenger and found it full of cancerous polyps that are scored with sigils of guilt. Who wouldn't be terrified at that? We've gained 500 experience. Always good. And we have gained, when we have lost, one unlicensed chart. Mysteries. Mysteries solved. Mysteries discovered. And that's certainly what happened to it. Oh, it's the Colossus. You're kind of dead, Colossus. Let's see here. We can't repair, so let's mourn the dead for the name of our terror. And find ourselves a friend, clearly. Hello, Reach Marauder. Right, there's a piece of debris here. I really should not be tanking these. I really should not have been tanking those. That was foolish. Let's fix my foolishness a little bit, and move on. Praise be to repairing off of deals. Honestly, since you get plenty of opportunities to repair off of things, unless you're like in a really, really, really bad state, it is certainly very advantageous to kind of weasel your way into a repair like that. Oh hey, the driver is considering the fungal rocks with an expression of what? Recognition, perhaps? Reduce your terror, study, harvest. Let's reduce our terror. And destroy the fungus. Who cares if it's edible? It's a danger to shipping. Destroying it may give the crew some cheer. A bright blaze. Your crew lays a trail of gunpowder from the inner door to the fungus. You light a match, set the trail ablaze, and slam the door. The flash of heat is immense. The spores burn ferociously. You can hear a high-pitched wail, almost a scream. Heated air, perhaps, that was trapped in the fragment's pores. Your crew cheer. D- don't mind the alternative. Don't mind the alternative. It's fine. It's just the wind. It's just the wind. The incautious driver singer twitch in protest at Hybris' sleepy atmosphere. Speaking of which, we're back at Hybris. Guess someone wanted to come here. I know, the horror, someone wanted to come here. And we have bargains here. You'll notice there's no more shop here. Oh, we'll grab some free souls, and then we need to figure out what's happening here. Shore leave. Shore leave in fungal metal. Meadow. The crew requests a little R&R. They follow you out into what passes for a meadow, between livid mushrooms and oozing polyps. The silence of the place hangs heavily on you. Some of the crew attempt to break it with a ballad of the promised days. Join the crew in their song. It is part of your job to keep the morale up. Pushing back the silence, your voices cut into the still meadow air, easing the tension. Even in a dark place like this, camaraderie offers warmth. You return to the train feeling considerably better. Unfortunately, we'll notice Hybris deserted. The colonists' houses are dark, and there's no sign of a soul about. The smithy is empty. No smoke comes from the Brendan's chimneys. The fretwork on the town hall remains unfinished. A bee laced with curling fronds flies by. Its drone the only sound in Hybris. Bright purple mushrooms dot the greenery. Scavenge the abandoned settlement for fuel and supplies. Is anything left you can make use of? You're a long way from New Winchester. Oh, wow. A fortuitous find. The silence unsettles your crew, but in musty lofts and dank attics, in coal scuttles and log stores and pantries, you find enough to burn, once the spores have been dusted off, and to eat to, with a little luck, secure a return journey. Be warned, now it is deserted. You will no longer be able to purchase fuel or supplies at Hybris. Plan your journeys carefully. This is effectively a one-time event, saying, look, you wouldn't have known beforehand. I did, but say the least. But since you would not have known, here are some fuel and supplies in case you were a little bit desperate. And be warned that this is the case. This is the status quo now. You've gained 3 fuel, you've gained 1 supply, you've gained a couple of terror. Write a port report. Everyone is gone, aside from the station master. The fungus, however, remains. Someone will surely be interested in what has occurred here. The station master professes ignorance. His manner has not improved in the absence of everyone else. There are new shades to the fungus: indigo, violet, jet. The trees have taken on a new pallid hue. Spores cloud the air. The silence is almost restful. That's our new dialogue for Hybris being deserted. And now, where is everyone? The pernickety factor is alarmed. This is very disagreeable. I was expecting to find people here. Disappearing like this is extremely rude. Yeah, yeah, it is. You split up and make a quick circuit of the village. You discover tables laid out for dinner. Cold tea still in Nance's pot. The notes, in large print, half written for the mayor's council meeting laid out on his deck. You find the pernickety factor near the station. She holds up a piece of disintegrating mushroom that resembles a crocus. I found this near the town hall. There's a new field of them out in the forest. This is most irregular. Let's keep looking. On the hunt for Hybris. Hybris's colonists have vanished. Escorting the pernickety factor. You have brought the pernickety factor to Hybris. Ooh, the Veils check. That's gonna go well for us. The Hibernians must have left some sign of their passage. 57% chance? Hey! Score. Gardening seems to have become particularly popular lately. Wheelbarrows have been cobbled together from cast-off from the carpenter's workshop. Purple fungus like crocuses dots the green. Meanwhile, food rots in the Brendan's larders, and the carpentry on the town hall is infected with creeping mushrooms. All recent work aside from gardening appears to have been abandoned altogether. The panicky factor coughs away spores. There's a superior researcher on Leadbeater and Stainrod Nature Reserve who might be able to tell us more about these wretched mushrooms. The purple fungus sprouting all over Hybris is very similar to the ones Mademoiselle Lumiere was filming. Perhaps she might know something. Consult an expert in Hibernian fungus at the Leadbeater and Stainrod Nature Reserve to continue your investigation. Let's see here. Wonder what this does. Wander Hybris. The colony is even quieter with everyone gone. You wade through the boggy marshes around Hybris, disturbed only by the occasional drone of a bee. Smoke still pours from the station master's chimney, but he's not inclined to leave. You spot old footprints leading towards the fungal forest, but nothing more. Alright, well, I guess we're heading to the nature reserve anyways. Fancy that. We want to go this way, though. let's not tempt fate and go back through the messenger corpse again. We'll leave it be, it's fine, it's fine. What are you doing here? Huh. A scribe scrivener here? Spinster, rather. I don't think I don't remember them being here, at least, but... Ole. Ah, damn. How did that one miss? Boo-ha. Okay, I'm just being horrible on my aiming. Oh, it's fine here. God damn it, why are there two of them now? I was not gunning for two of them here, game. Retreat it back. I don't even know where that other one went. Oh, there it is. I wasn't firing because I accidentally had my mouse on the wrong bit. that's awkward. That's not good. Damn it, where does this other one keep on going? Come back. I don't even know where it went. It's vanished. An ill-omened place, a crewman mutters. Yes, yes, indeed. Back here, you. I'm gonna kill one of y'all. There we go. Loot. Oh yeah, we're making some money off of you. The Scribe Spinsters were wrought from bronzewood, now popular with London train rights and cabinet makers. The axes rise and the axes fall. Lambent mist complicates the endeavor, but eventually your expedition returns with a handful of bronzewood planks. What's the ship name? Doesn't seem inclined to give it to me again. Oh well. Yeah, stripper for repairs, please. 13. Bench having a bit better mirrors, we are repairing more off of things that we can repair off of. And this is a good thing. One of these things. Yeah, there you are. And there's an enduring dreadnought here, the HML Ross, who is, for obvious reasons, taking offense to this, and I do not blame it. I'm taking offense at this thing too. I do not want to accidentally hit the enduring. Oh, can't colonize Cantincre. Oh, I pushed into nearly dead mode, clearly. It is all over the place and shooting all over the place now. This is when they are at their most dangerous. And kaboom. Just slide on in. Try to render. Destroy the remains. Yes. There are indeed an unsightly blemish, and we want to reduce our terror a bit. Guns thunder again and again, until the conglomeration is pulverized. Your crew cheer, like spectators at fireworks. Obliteration indeed. Let's get the hell moving. We can't stay out here forever. Especially since this no longer exports anything. Anything at all. There's no getting things here from Hybris. Although the Bazaar, at least, can occasionally still have a deal. That's nice. That's like the one advantage. Oh, that's because of Scribe Spinsters. Take note of that. That does indeed lead somewhere. We're not worried about that at the time being. Oh, no, no, no. Are you the one who got away? Oh, stop moving and die. Come on. Stop running. God, I generally don't have much troubles, but I'm clearly not in a groove at the moment because these annoying things are giving me a hell of a time today. And I do not know why, but I just do not have the patience for them fluttering around like fucking mad. It's so annoying. I need guns that fit my playstyle better because these things are effective. I mean, they work, but they're so goddamn slow and fickle to aim that that they become annoying in that regards. So I need to look into different weapons. I really need to look into different weapons. And effectively figure out what'll actually work for me. See which one I do actually want. Because we do generally want one long-range weapon, because there are things like that that do that, and they can work out well. But I need something that's not doubling down on that matter. Because we are effectively doubling down on the same weapon type, and that is not ideal in the slightest bit. And Sky Spincers are definitely one of the more annoying things. Alright, we'll gain some money. I was hoping for repairs, but we'll gain some money. Bows we'll just have to tolerate with that. We are stopping by the circus. We are very much stopping by the circus. Once we get there. First to get there, we were doing that, because, yeah. As you've noticed, when the Sky Spincers get in range, they have that, they just have an AoE around them. Not only causes damage, it causes terror to increase. If one hadn't noticed, well, I've show inform you now. That's the trouble with being in close to Sky Spincers. The pain. Old piping, bristled with moss, juts from the underground. This was London's first attempt to build New Winchester. It failed. Strip the engine for materials, yes please. In fact, we are in raider territory. I am effectively in a situation where I could probably... This is an ideal lineup. I do not want to be facing, I want to be off to their side. Bigger target, less in their guns. Yeah, that gun. It's like, ah, yes, that one. Strip the engines for materials again. That's 9 damage. Alright, who's next? Who's next? More raiders want to fight me? I'll fight y'all. Looming disquiet settles over your engine. Morale is fragile. Oh, right. Terror. Fine. I should go to the circus. Morale is fragile. It's fine. We still have 50%. Please do not start staring at the stars too much, crew people. It would be tremendously awkward. The stars are not for staring at. For bad things happen when you stare at the stars for too long. Hey, rock. Take some hours, and then run away from this thing. Ah, damn it. Prize otherworldly artifacts from between its plates. Something is trapped in the segment joints of its inner plane. inner plates. Old trophies. Bulk and Tankerai are aggressive, and once roused, will bash themselves against a foe until either it or they are dead. And during the battle, it's not unusual for fragments or belongings of their victims to become wedged in the bull's carapace. The thing you pull free from this one is ancient and inexplicable. Perhaps a use will present itself. Perhaps so. To the circus. I know there's a ship there that I could have killed, but our terror needs to be managed. And the circus is our best bet at the moment. Very much the best bet. It is here, after all. And it does indeed reduce terror. We have some tickets to utilize. Also, I guess we'll see if things reset here or not. If they have, then that gives us a little bit more to work with. Aha, it has. Listen to their stories. You digging in the chair? Yeah, just sit there. That's the proper thing to do with a chair. Not dig deep, but I'm just full stocking on supplies right now. I might as well. Inconceivable Circus. 3 tickets. So we attend another performance, getting some more sky scores and some more visions of the heavens. And then we reduce our terror by going to the circus. Eventually, we're gonna run into a point where we don't really have enough tickets to sustain this, but for now we still do. And this is a good thing. This is a tremendously good thing. I might as well go to New Winchester next, drop some items off, and then reevaluate our goals. We can't get our Titania shedding yet, because we need to rebuild the port. To rebuild the port, we need to have visited Albion, so that's on our list for there. Otherwise, we still do need to go to the nature reserve for that, and I do still want to go to Port Avon. Let's update some of my notes. Phrase like that. Needed for that. Okay. So that is noted on my notes that we will need to do that to actually get access to things. Otherwise, I might not remember or such. Which happens. Might still want a couple of those to turn in, or we'll just... Yeah, we might want a couple of those to turn in. Just potentially. Taste of smog, the sound of iron on iron. We are home. Yay, home. Let's get the hell into dock. Let's get in here. Do I really need to do this again? Step up to the call? Sent to flush out spies and traders' wood. Okay, maybe then now the event is triggered. I hope so. I will be going there. Seeds for Port Avon? Okay, we do need to go there. And a Cloister Nectar for Carlian. We like that one. As I've always noted, we like that one. So we're gonna need 3 seeds. I think we have 3 seeds. And we will need nectar. I will just buy the nectar and keep in store the nectar that I have. Oh, we have 2 seeds. Okay, okay. Then we shall do it this way. We shall head towards the nature reserve first, because that's where we can buy 1 more seed. And then we will head there. Then we'll head to Port Avon to do our things there. And etc. etc. Okay, I can work with that. I can work with that. Here, what's weapons look like? There's mines, not sure about mines, but that's a large weapon. We definitely cannot facilitate large weapons. That needs veils at 25. That one's mirrors at 25. This is an upgrade to that. Short-range rapid-fire gun capable of quick turnarounds. Beloved by the short-tempered and the short-sighted. Powered blunderbuss. Mauling spread of munitions and is best employed at close range. Has been described as a proper bugger to reload. Okay, so basically, okay, yes. This is the machine gun. It has range, it has heat, has its damage, and instead of one big deal, it's a whole bunch of rapid fires, as we've seen with, say, the Dreadnoughts. This is a shotgun. Effectively. Or as it says, a blunderbuss. Kind of the same difference, really. This is for short range, just broadside pump 'em in. Closer you are, the more you do. We've seen this on the Explorers. This wouldn't be a bad one. This wouldn't be a bad one, I feel. I don't think I've really tried the rapid-fire weapons before. I think I've certainly tried these before. I'm willing to give this a shot for the price, because the price really isn't that much, so... let us put a shotgun in our main slot, and see how this goes. We could sell this, it's not gonna sell for much really, so... let's honestly just stick it into there. And now we need fuel. We fueled up, sure. Sure. So we need 1 more seat, so we need to go to the nature reserve, and that is fair. Anything we can do here? Ah, yes we can. Because we could go to nature reserve, we could also talk to them. Consult Mademoiselle Lumiere on the fungus you found at Hybris. She was filming the very same mushrooms that you've since found all over the empty colony. Mademoiselle Lumiere is delighted to see you. She presents you with a selection of slides from her company's latest films. I'm even funding theater now, she says, showing a color production of Hamlet, staged on the ramparts of the most serene mausoleum. So many experiences to capture, so little time. Eventually, you bring the conversation around to fungus. She studies your sample intently. I think I can help you, but first, would you be a dear and check up on a production for me? It's out on Lustrum. There have been difficulties. I'd go, but I don't have an engine anymore. Alright, let's check on a film being produced in Lustrum. So are both of those on our deal? To flush out Flood. Deliver to there. On the hunt for Hybris. Mademoiselle Luminaire wants you to check in on things. So we shall, but first to the nature reserve. So that we can see about that and pick up a verdant seed. As we now know, we certainly cannot pick it up in Hybris, but Hybris would be a lot more out the way anyways. So why would we do that to ourselves? I'll show off our new weapon in a moment. I just do not want to accidentally hit an enduring dreadnought. We're not for that. We are very much not for that. We are, after all, a London loyal citizen here. For all intents and purposes. And thus we shall stick with that. But see, shotgun has a range of this. It obviously generates a lot of heat. But the closer you are to it, to your target, infinitely the better. If you can hit it with the full broadside, it is an incredibly good weapon. You just have to get into its face and fidangle a bit more, and be careful of your heat. Hello, your Empress's ships? How do y'all do? Don't mind me, I'm loyal. You have nothing to worry about out of me. I am not a supporter of the Tacklys. So, no need to worry about me. Shall go in there. See if we can do both of these. It's like it was saying we should go to Leadbeater. To the nature reserve. And instead we went there and was able to chat with her. And she's given us an update. But that's how it is. And what we will be figuring out. Hello again, Nature Reserve. It is a very pretty place. Unfortunate about all the dangers and such, but it is very pretty. Hey, hull repair. Nice. I did indeed need that. Oops, I did not want to fire. And my trigger finger. Oh well. We are here. We can join a hunting party and explore the nature reserve on our own. We are now without terror. If we go back to here, we can go to them and take a quick trip into the reserve. It is a pleasant time for more sky stories. Base of research. We don't have everything. And we're not given any options here, it looks like, so maybe we triggered something by talking to her instead. Quite possibly. Still need that cutting of the pedal. We do not have as much. Gather report. As always. Delivering sapling knots. Open call for captains to deliver. This one's going to New Winchester. Alright then. Then this one is going there too. Bark and Bronzewood. We're fine on that. However, going into there, buying seed number 3, and it's seed number 3, right? Yes. Shall be good. There might be a way to here. Alright, I'm gonna explore a moment, see if there's a path connecting between the nature reserve and Trader's Wood. Because it would be good to know, and we do need to go to Trader's Wood anyway, so if we just kind of stick to the, effectively what is at the current moment, what I consider our northern edge, the top of the screen, if we stick around here and follow the concurves, we should, in principle, find something. In principle. What are we doing in practice? Well, we shall find out, but there should be a way through. There usually is. I'd be shocked if there wasn't, to be perfectly honest. So let us go. Alright, no dead end yet. No dead end yet. That is promising. Then we can just tuck back on our known route back. Oh, hey, it's another one of these. Alright, there's some sort of vessel there. Elena Green. And thanks to its coat of vines, this overgrown signal box of the Isenburn line retains its structural integrity, if not its dignity. The window frames serve as a trellis for vines circumnavigating the signal box. The plant's stem resembles thigh-thick twine, giving the building the appearance of a hurriedly wrapped parcel. Inside, beneath a desk covered with rusted levers, is a luggage trunk. Captains in dire need can borrow from the cash inside, but custom dictates they must replenish it later. We'll do our usual here to read the ledger. Captain Fulshard deposits supplies to pay off a debt. And they have a condition of looking towards the heavens. Yeah, generally not the most ideal thing. Generally. The Windward Company carefully monitors the mineral resources of the Reach. Oh. Inside a humble homestead whose owners, despite their ragged sleeves, insist on inviting you in. We can trade some of our gossip for supplies. One of the most widely observed insists that a good story must be repaid with gifts. Host is desperate to hear news from New Winchester and London. The scandals, the fashions, the feuds. They listen intently, like an avaricious relative at the reading of a will. When you leave, you discover a generous bundle left on the footplate of your engine. And then we bonked their island and thanks? Question mark? It's fine, it's fine. Ah, it's a tackety here. That's what's causing all this smoke. This tackety scout is responsible. Come on, autopilot. Well, we know there's another one of those over here now, so that's nice. That is very nice to see. Supplies. Or something. Hey, fuel. Nice. Alright, we're continuing to go around. There's still more stuff to find, clearly. There's more path to go, but I think we can bridge the gap. I think, if not, then we'd be having then I think up there is where it's going. So it's either going to be something in this avenue, or it's going to be all the way over there, which makes it a wee bit less useful if it's all the way up there. Now, if the shortcut's over here, this is very useful, and it might just well be. For the quietness, something sounded strange here. It was worrying me. Is it storming here? Not real life, the game. It might be, which is why I was caught off guard. I wasn't expecting what sounds like rain and thunder. Interesting. Interesting. Also cool. Find this scribe spinster first, and then I'll turn on the Marauder. But for now, we are effectively comrade in arms. Also, of course, it immediately turns attention to me, the dick. Marauder, why are you turning on me? Oh, fuck's sake, now's not the time, but... Or fuck off. Fuck off, you louts. Okay, okay. Get some more wood. Then deal with this traitor. This is the kind of full broadsides I'm talking about. That are very, very nice. You turned on me, Marauder. We were fighting this scribe spinster together and you turned on me. You'll think on your mistake in the grave. Yeah, he turned on me in the middle of our fight. Let it be a note, one and all, that they turned on me first. Let it be known. That's a story I'm sticking with. Opportunity, respite from labor. Ask for wood for your hole. They have wood in abundance. Perhaps some might be donated to a sky captain in need. We'll keep with our terror. Because our terror is... Let's see here. Shops, bazaar. Supply 5 more. We can sell 2 of them. So let's sell 2 of them first. Buy some hours. You know, sure, why not? Let's see, a forest edge. The wood's edge. Gather flowers, hunt, lumber. Yeah, no. The parting glade. Alright, here we go. This is where we need. First things first, port report. Second thing second, flush out spies in Trader's Wood. The town crier of New Winchester provided direction and instruction. If there are any spies, you'll find them in the dark of the wood. The bogs of the woods sigh as you pass under them, the lantern in hand. Your crew press behind you as you vanish into the long dark of the forest. You're hunting for spies in Trader's Wood. The wood is shrouded, whispering and dark. You can barely see your hand before you. A brief cloak of rain gathers above you. Your crew mumble fearfully as you press on. Can't imagine you'll see much here, Captain, one crew says, as ahead a light flashes. Once, twice, thrice. Ah, excellent, we do have our options. You could return this signal, confirm the location of the Windward Company spies for the Tacketies. Or you could botch the signal. Let the Windward Company spies know that they are hunted. We're generally a London upstanding folk. You shudder your lantern thrice and thrice again. There's no reply. A cry of an owl in the wood? The fall of a tree somewhere deep in the wood? Then only silence and the heavy dark of Trader's Wood. Whoever was there will not be again. We have increased the fortunes of the stovepipes by 10. We have gained 10 reputation with the Windward Company, and the Tacketies have lost 10 fortune, and we have gained 150 experience. Hey, we're now admired by the Windward Company. This is probably a good thing. Probably. Expeditions... no. Buy supplies, we still need 3 more of that, which we do not have in the slightest bit. However, we can now go to Port Avon. We picked up the port, yes we did. Don't have to worry about that. Port Avon is just down the road. It's close enough to a road. For our intents and purposes, it's navigable sky, which is a good thing. Alright, Port Avon, let us go to the... Alas, alas, to thee we go. Spacer, yeah, exactly. Also, yep, hello, Ken Raider Gaming. Welcome back, welcome back. Your grocery shopping went well. Or, well, your shopping, generally. I don't know why I say grocery. I had groceries on the mind. Injecting my own thoughts in, but yeah. Oh, but went well. But presume so since you're back. But yeah, hello again. Going to Port Avon, where we have some seeds to sell. And other stuff. It was groceries. Okay. Fair enough. Then that was just a lucky guess based upon my own scatterbrained thoughts. Grocery shopping is the best shopping. For one, because you have food. And, well, that's the main thing. Food is good. I like food. And thus, I do not mind grocery shopping. Shopping for other things? Food, though, can never go wrong with shopping food. Always enjoy a new slew of food. Hopefully enough for the next week. Hopefully, yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, certainly. I like food too. Food is good. Food is very good. By day in Port Avon. Cheap fuel or cheap repairs? Cheap fuel. Always cheap fuel. Yeah, food's great. unfortunate about how expensive, like, everything's been gotten on the food front, but other than that minor detail, food is great. It's nothing against the food and everything to do against everything getting more expensive. Because, yay. Ugh. Anyways, sell these seeds. Port Avon welcome is now 8. I'll get some more jumble of souls. How much did that put us back? 385. Sure. Sure. Let's pick up another supplies. Yeah. Yeah. It's, certainly the unfortunate nature of a lot of things at the moment. Hopefully it gets better sooner rather than later. Hopefully. It's why, other than the fact that I am House of Petsing, so I really wasn't gonna have a chance to be able to get out to get more food. But it's part of the reason why last time I got groceries I really stocked up, because it's like, let's get all I can for like the month, and hope it lasts me well, and it helps, and maybe things will get better. And if things get more expensive, well, at least I'm prepared. Passing through Port Avon. An adorable little beast. A pile of cages rests by the village green. And since we don't have our dividend bat on us, he does then start giving access to purchasing a dividend bat. We don't need another dividend bat, but at least the option's there. It's kind of the game. It hides beneath the cloak on Mr. Menagerie's shoulder. It occasionally peeks out at you when it thinks you're not looking. Limited range, returns a defining one discovery, and conveys little information. But, well, it's fine. We have our Starstruck Bat. And what we want to do is this. Listen to a story of things past. Mr. Menagerie is keen to tell you a tale from its collection, but requires payment first. Charity is a crime. The punishment severe. Customs changed. Mr. Menagerie gestures to the ruins that loom over the port like sphinx outside Thebes. We were in service here, long ago. A bargain struck with the old king in the woods. We served at table, procured deliciousness, watched, witnessed, feared. Freedom is better. Freedom is better. It repeats, in tones of mild admonishment. Okay, you can do that and purchase things. I should have done that before on the other one, but oh well. Oh well. Purchasing, we won't be purchasing New Scout. We're definitely not gonna have the mirrors for this anytime soon. So acquire nothing. We are moving elsewhere soon, but we will leave a note to say where we have gone. We'll have more things to show. And stories to tell. Turns away, humming an eerie tune to itself, as it gathers up its things for the next leg of the journey. And what do you know? A note. It should tell you where it is headed. We journey to your house of invention, near the Orm's world. Well, okay then. House of invention. Invention? No, invention near the Ormswold. Alright then. And save. Where that is? Fuck if I recall. Fuck if I recall, but it's somewhere. Alright, let's see here. What is... Okay, I think we need to go to Carlian and Lustrum after that. Okay. So we shall be stopping into New Winchester to drop off our spare stuff. We will not run into the Nowhere Inn. That'd be awkward. We might play chicken with the smaller asteroids at a time, but we're not going to play chicken with the giant asteroid with an inn on it. That'd just be silly. Let's see here. What else do we have to just kind of poke around at? There's a big ol' empty spot there. There's empty spots here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think we found all the ports, but there are gaps, and I know there's things I for sure have missed, so I want to figure that out. See if I can't find some things, but first things first, we do have events in places. We shall go to Carlian, and we shall go to Oh, wait. Okay, we should take the gamble. By take the gamble, I mean, I'm going to actually go to Port Prosper, because I actually do need stained glass. Let's see if they have a deal on stained glass, I guess. Off over yonder, points behind you and runs anywhere you aren't looking. Oh hey, more asteroids. More fungus droids. Drifting skyrock with fungus. Let's reduce our terror a bit more. Excellent. I do like how if it's a smaller beta deal that shouldn't impact your ship, you can just send it flying off into space if you bump it. It's a minor touch, but it's a fun touch seeing small little bits of something just go flying off into oblivion. It's like, yes, I did that. I sent it spinning off into space. Nothing will stop me from doing it again. Unless you're big enough, then no, you're not gonna move. Can the ship be infected by the shrooms? Not to my knowledge. I think we clean up pretty well after ourselves. To make sure it doesn't take hold. I'm sure it could if you didn't, but... they only want munitions. This homestead is almost hidden beneath a growth of wild, sprouting foliage, as if it were the victim of a fairy tale curse. The flora of the reach is difficult to tame, and the settlers that dwell here are struggling. No one lives in the wild is like the welcome stranger. I mean, goddamn it. That was foolish of me. But yeah, no. In principle, I don't think anything is stopping like an abandoned ship or to be taken over by a fungus or the like. But considering we're an active ship that intends on surviving, our engineering crew keep things pretty well cleaned up. So, as far as I'm aware of mechanically, it's not an issue. Sure, it could be an issue lore-wise if you just let spores run as they want to. But generally, one definitely shouldn't let it do so. For obvious reasons. Like living. The fungus is definitely not a benign fungus. Ooh, ours. Don't mind if I do. Bull Kankarai, I do mind that. Well, blast. Let's get some sovereigns. Ooh, 41. Hoping to die to my shotgun, but no, it still hit us. Unfortunate. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Ah, there's something grave up ahead of us. Ooh. That requires the same. And there's a glorious dreadnought. The Iris Rose. Hello, glorious dreadnought. Yeah. Not quite all of it. There's like a certain threshold on the top that I didn't die. That's like around here or whatever, but I went a little bit further with it this time on the dice, so yeah, a good chunk of it, like, from around like here or so-ish, I can't remember exactly where, maybe up around here, actually, but everything down and around from that has been dyed purple for a bit. It's a relatively recent thing, so it's been kind of color changing a little bit as kind of dye goes off and it kind of remains upon what's actually more ingrained into the pores of the hair. But yeah, my hair is purple, and I really actually like it. So if only it was naturally as such, that'd be infinitely easier. But I just have to deal with it. So cool, I must be blind. Nah, no worries. Sometimes, especially depending on which of my shirts I'm wearing and how the lighting is, it can be a little bit more difficult to see. But it definitely looks like at the moment, from how the lighting is and how well my camera's picking things up, it's definitely a lot clearer this time around. It might also be a little bit more vibrant now because I just showered again this morning, so it's kind of falling into this point where it's going to be a little bit more consistent in how it will display. Hopefully, anyways. But yeah, I like it. It was an experiment I did like a little bit more than a year ago when I first tried it, and I liked it. Is an experiment I liked, and thus I'm keeping with for the time being because, well, I just like purple. Purple's effectively one of my favorite colors, and it's why, say, my Nuram avatar I have and such that I have portraying my such all the time is something that represents something I like, and that's certainly the purple hair. It's just something I can act upon, and I do because I very much like it. Admired and tolerated. Same. Thank you. I appreciate it. We do not have tea, and it's just hours. It's just hours again. Okay, we need to keep our eyes open. Transport to settlers. Yeah, that could take us away, although we might as well. Let's pick up a port report. Attend a grand ball once again. It is, after all, a party, and this is... Fill out your dance card. I wonder. Nah. We'll see if we can't get our eastward reputation up a little bit more. We'll be on our best behavior again. Or maybe that just impacts our West Enders. That actually might be the case. Whoops. Oh well. It's fine. Join the Llamas Fair. Ah. Well, I guess the next time we're around here, there's a fair that's gonna happen. Still need tea. We do not have tea at the moment. Just back out and see where things take us. Magdalene's. Maybe Magdalene's could have stained glass. Let's check it out because we're in the vicinity. Oh. It's also one of the cases with hair dyeing that I happen to have good hair for because I tend to have a pretty silky-ish hair, so it seems to tend to respond well to both bleaching and dyeing. And also because I've been running my hair long for a good long while now. It gives plenty of canvas to work with, as far as I view it. There once was a stage before university and at the beginning of university where I was both short-haired and clean shaven. Then I got into university. Rapturous tackety engine, sparkleless sky in search of mineable hours. It's tackety, he's shooting me. I was gonna say, and then, but once university started, I got into a vibe of, I want to see how long hair and the like is for me. So, I grew out my hair, I grew out my facial hair, and decided, huh, I really like it this way. And thus it has remained since. God, there's an explorer here too. Found all the fun. Heat ruins my hair, and I live in the tropics, so it's always hot. Yeah, I can definitely believe that. Heat is the enemy of hair. Heat is very much the enemy of hair. Here I kind of have a bit of the inverse in that Colorado can get hot, but Colorado is also very dry, so it's kind of the inverse, which yours sounds like it living in the tropics, it's hot and probably also humid, which brings its own complications. It brings its own complications. Just as dry also brings its own complications. Hair is a fickle thing. Too dry, too humid, and too hot. I don't think too cold can be too huge of a problem. It's not the worst thing, at least. But, yeah. Also, I can imagine hot and humid would make longer hair a little bit more uncomfortable. Something to be said that that hair works as a very, very good sunscreen, but if it's humid, then they'd probably just cling to you, and yeah, probably be less than comfortable in the heat. But, I mean, you reach a certain point where it's hot and humid, and it's just uncomfortable in general, no matter how you are. I don't think I could live in a very hot or humid area. It's not in my blood. I'd be just completely uncomfortable and dead to the world in a tropical environment. Love the humidity because you can feel if you're dry. Yeah, I've heard you can feel if you're dying. Yeah. I can also hear, though, it can make it more difficult to sweat if it's, like, really, really humid. Which is why I kind of prefer the drier, but at the same time, I'm not against humidity, but I'm also more for colder temperatures as well. The heat is just not my thing. Hot weather is a big old nope for me. My upper range is like the high 60s. 70s is tolerable. Anything above getting into high 70s and beyond, no. Just no. Lived in dry heat, and it was the only time I ever fainted at work. Ah. Guess it's definitely one of those things where it's like, some people tolerate certain things better than others. Like me, I'm definitely... Colorado's dry as fuck, and I'm not a huge fan of that. I'm definitely in the camp of slight humidity and cooler temperatures. But that's just in my blood from being a native of Washington State. Don't live there anymore, but I do miss it, and the weather is still in my blood. Whenever it rains, whenever it overcasts, that is when I just feel comfortable and serene, and I feel like I'm at home. Because it's that rain, drizzle, and overcast that I just like it. And I don't think that'll ever change. It's just the best for me. The best for me and the best for my blood. Alright, let's see here. The Takati Scout is defeated. The Takatis favor scrappy, versatile engines that, when not skirmishing with company vessels, can serve double duty as traders, messengers, or transports. Search the hold. Takatis carry unpredictable cargo. Ah, distressingly odor barrel. We love these. 3 fuel. Ah, we're now full. Whoopsies. Alright, we do not want to get rid of supplies. Fuel is the cheapest and what we just got, so let's jettison a couple of those and deal with this Star Madden Explorer. Ah! You can play the shotgun game. And here we are 100% repairing. Alright, 31. Average temperature here is 32 degrees Celsius, so about 89 degrees Fahrenheit. Makes a big difference to feel it. Yeah, I can 100% imagine. In my case, an average at that temperature is a big old nope for me. Ugh. Because, yeah, that sort of heat just makes me want to stay indoors, because that sort of heat and higher just makes me extremely lethargic. My body just wants to shut down in that case and be like, no, just lay and do nothing. Preserve yourself. Preserve yourself and your body. Live on the coastline, so there's that. Yeah, fair. Generally being on the coastline can help with it not getting, like, tremendously hot. It does generally serve as a bit of a balancing act. Obviously can still get warm as such, but it is a helpful factor, and then on top of it you might be more likely for breezes, but yeah. It's when you get inland where temperatures can really get mad. Tick, 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 tick. Hello, Magdalenes. Do you happen to have any stained glass? Oh, we have the keepsake market again. Oh, hey, we can get another unlicensed chart. You know what? Sure. We'll have one in case we need one. Right, a report. Let's check the shops. Bazaar has seeds. Eh. I mean, it is cheap seeds, but we don't exactly have a room. And it's not what we're looking for. Very, very much not what we're looking for. Ah, well. Treat your terror. I want to show off one of these, and now's as good a time as any. So let's show off how the events on treating your terror go here in Magdalene's. Request a treatment for guilt. You'll obviously spend a resource first. You are not sinless. This will provide a unique encounter and lower your terror. Had a heat wave come through and it reached 41 degrees Celsius for a week and a half, so about 105 degrees Fahrenheit. Ugh. Yeah, we've had some heat recently. We've had it last month or so. We were having some heat wave streaks of over 100-degree temperatures for a while too, and oh, I hated it. I hated it. It was so bad. Hundreds is just it's just a nightmare. It is too hot. Too hot. The attendant nods solemnly. Congratulations. You are the last entry in the journal. He makes a note in a large red leather-bound book. Today's journal, at least. You're being treated for the guilt you harbor. The attendant holds up a candle before 4 doors of mirrored glass. 4 of our staff are available today. Each has their own specialty. Their names are not yours to know, only their craft. He smiles suddenly, his teeth gleaming like links on a chain. You know yourself best. Who can tend to your wounded heart? Whoever you need, you can find behind one of these doors. I stand in direct sun all day. Safe to say I burn to a crisp. Oh no. Yeah. That is... Yeah, you would definitely burn up in that case. My condolences to your poor skin under those circumstances. Just thankful that my parents have a pool. although you, although while I'm sure that's definitely nice, it's like you also have to be careful with being in a pool because water can amplify the UV stuff, and thus can also be poor. Basically, you just have to be careful in that heat. Me, pool doesn't really serve me well because fun fact here, I I do not know how to swim. So water is not in my options of relief. um that all is 100% courtesy of some traumatic event as a kid, probably sibling induced because that's the way it goes. And so yeah. I apparently used to swim well as a kid, and then I somehow forgot it in in whatever that traumatic event was, and then and then as and then as a result of that, I just kind of forgot it, and actually had a long-standing phobia of being submerged in water for a long time. I've gotten better about it in that I can like relatively shower and the like, but it's like there's still that lingering deal in the back of my head that still kind of harbors that phobia. It's really weird how much those sort of things can linger on in your head, but well, yeah, they can. cancer is a part of life here in Australia, so I'll take whatever coolant I can get. Fair enough indeed. That is fair. We are going to here go with someone from your past. Their face lingers in the fog of memory. Now, this event, interestingly enough, is very much influenced by what you actually chose for your past, which is a cool touch. Terror fades. Your old captain has her boots on the desk. She's playing with her pistol when you enter. Suppose I ought to congratulate you for finally equaling me in rank. Though I must say, a train's a bit easier to manage than a ship. She laughs. It's been years since I went so much as near a Dini. Come here. She opens her arms to embrace you, as you brace yourself for impact. Because we were a sailor, we get this one. Which is humorous. Magdalene's, yep. Let's see if we can't get some of these to go over so we can then buy more supplies. Sister had to go through therapy when she fell into a river. Yeah, I can imagine. I'm thinking mine has to do, because I have a number of siblings, I think mine had to do with it. It's like, there's these lingering things, and I don't know how accurate they are, because memories as a kid is obviously a bloomin' well toss, but then it had to do with something with being in a pool and a sibling doing some roughhousing thing in the pool, and it triggered some sort of traumatic phobia-induced deal in me. Is what seems right in my head, at least. But obviously I don't 100% trust those memories because it's been a bit. But I certainly know it happened, and yeah. Such is how those sort of things go, and the weird deals they do to your head. Like, say, forgetting the entire ability to swim is a weird deal. Because it's like, I know I can trust my parents on it because they firmly said it's like, definitely when I was very, very much younger, as like a toddler or such, I could swim then. I used to swim apparently fairly well. I have no recollection of any of that. And sure as hell know that I can't swim. I can sink very well. I'm very skinny and thus have no buoyancy to my body. Eldest sibling, that sounds about right for the shit I pulled. Yeah. Such is the life of siblings. Roughhousing and traumatic things certainly occur. And not always for the better. But it is what one grows up with. Oh, let us not run into the wall. Just doing a dog check. To Lustrum we go to see what's up with the filming business. Yeah, if I go here, then I go to Carlene to do that other deal and to kind of poke around that place, because that's a port I haven't poked around at its story in at all. So I might as well start doing that finally. Yeah, that'll be our plan. And keeping an eye out for a piece of stained glass, because we apparently need one. Who knew? I sure didn't, because I've never done that before. If I had, I would have picked up a piece of stained glass when I could. Let's give multiple opportunities to do so. For now, to the mountain. definitely advantage of slower paced games like this. It is a lot easier to just keep track of chat and just talk with y'all. A lot simpler when you're just spending a fair bit of time just kind of trundling along. Trundling along in space. Also, it has gotten very, very dark here. As it seems to do around the mountain. Pick up some hours because they're here and they give money. If we're gonna buy anything here at Lustrum, it's going to be fuel because we can get supplies at Curlin. Space, no one can hear you scream. Ah, Alien. Good movie. Alien's also a good movie, for its own reasons. But definitely good films, those. Without a doubt. Alright, that's right, we can have some tea. We have munitions in storage, we still need stained glass. Let us just enjoy a little bit more of Lutherian gold. And let us go back. Explore the Lustrum. Look out for Mademoiselle Lumière's production. She's expressed concern about one of her productions, currently filming somewhere on Lustrum. Infamous. Mademoiselle Lumière's film is not difficult to find. Everyone's heard of the daft actors who are attempting to stage the Siege of New Winchester in a shed. Okay, then. The historical production has run into difficulties. The director has been caught by the fever for hours, and spends his days on the mountain. The lead actor has run off with a successful prospector. The producer is doing his best, but assistance is urgently required if the film's to succeed. The Pernickety Factor expresses her displeasure at being involved in the cinema, and returns to your locomotive for a smoke and the Gazette crossword. Okay then, we have our options. Take over the reins as the director. You can make do without a lead actor, but someone needs to have vision. And take the lead's role. You're sure you can carry off the governor of New Winchester, and besides, there's no dialogue. Remember, early filmmaking. It was a very, very, very difficult, different experience than current filmmaking is. You could also rewrite this script. A good script will save anything. What do I want to do? Yep. The era of silent films. If one remembers it, when we initially were doing this sort of stuff, they were talking about in the initial film showing of the fungus and the like, how the film had been colored. And in this case, it was literally painted color because, well, that's how they did it. Before color film really actually became a thing, you colored your own film strips. And, oh boy, is that a thing to do. Let's see here. What do I want to do here? Just checking something. Not that, not that. That. Alright. Okay. Sorry, just checking something. Do, 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 do. Quite the mess, I'm guessing. Probably. Probably. Not sure. Let's have let's have our captain here take on the role of the governor of New Winchester. Everyone agrees afterward that your performance was mesmerizing. No one could beat you for solemn gazes, steely defiance, or vehement arm waving. It's a shame the set wasn't more durable after you got a bit carried away, but the film is certainly finished. We did it! We have starred in a film. We need this. Ah, our inventory is too full. No, we need literature. Need at least 3 pieces of literature. How am I gonna cut this? I could get rid of some hours. They are one of the cheaper things. And something I don't necessarily need to completely abolish. Okay. This is going to be a very petty amount of money, but to explore Lustrum, visit the Hanged Man pub. Can't retrieve crew at the moment. We're a wee bit full. However, approach the figure and exchange hours for very, very, very tiny bits of money. But it's better than throwing them overboard. 2 sovereigns, 5 sovereigns. Not great, not pleasant. But it was 3 we needed, and 3 we shall get. And it was 2 traders. That's weird. It's showing a bit oddly there. Yeah, there you go. Now it's showing properly. Weird that it didn't. Oh well. Wait, did we get a port report here? I'm gonna check that before I get too far. Did I get a port report? Yes, I did. Excellent. Okay. Alright, so then Carlin we go to. How many port reports do we have at the moment, anyways? Possessions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh! Okay, with Carlin, we'll have touched every single port. Which amusingly means we're going to be turning in with the full 10 port reports. Nice. First time for that on this run. And that'll be just fine. More port reports means the more money. And the more money, the better. Because money is good. Alright, we'll check this Signer's box for the ledger so we can get some more stuff, and then we shall park on into Carlin. And do that trade that we need to do. Hello, you grumpy stonefish, you. Let us just be strangers in the night, and all shall be well. Technically, Scout kind of struggling there. There's a ruins there, then what's this other grave marker? Near where the Tackety lies. Ah, the prodigal son. Son instead of, son. We're repairing more. Old wreck. Broken and bent. Because the whole is living. And I like living. I know, shocker there. You'll notice the key, and how I can kind of tell what's generally what, at least of a guess. Something ghastly is that thing, something grave is the gravestone, something that glitters is the treasure deals, and something to crave. Like honey or supplies or what have you. It's all about understanding your different markers and deciding if it is for the best or not to go after them. Read the ledger. Captain Gardiner with a Drew cache. Field of debris bursting with life. Right, and away we go. Shockers there. Oh, no, no, no. Do. Let's see if I can't remember the quest line here in Carlian while we're here. Because there is stuff for us to do here. I kind of want to do it while we're in the vicinity. My terror is at a pretty decent point. Don't remember if it can cause terror increases, but we'll be here. Silence is eerie. A stoker is trying to lighten the mood. And I kept on going before I read the rest because I'm a fool. And dock. Safely here in Carlin. Overgrown shrine to reduce our terror by even further. If we go here, we can write a report. If we go here to the bazaar. Some crockery. Well, we can leave the tea kettles here. The brilliance of this deal in that we can just kind of slowly just buy, sell. The few places that you can do this in, and I will always take advantage of it. Normally, you have to source things from elsewhere. In this case, the devils seem to be too damn lazy to buy from their own, to requisition from their own place, like I'm doing. Means one more, and da-da! Perfect. Money, and artifact, and experience. I love getting that prospect, just because you can do exactly that. We have 3 books and 3 for there. Then we're only left with the honey one. Alright, I want to go to our journal. Let's see here. Initiate of Carlin. How well do you know the place of penance? You have learned what happens at Carlin. The Deviless would like you to find the devil in the Gaslight Terrace. In the Gaslight Terrace, visit the Gaslight Terrace. Dozens of newcomers walk in that direction. It must be a safe choice. Penance enlightenment can be gained here. In a flow of ordinary folk. Your companions are a lady in a buttoned cloak and a young male student. They talk among themselves about the seasonable warmth, and about how the yellowish glow of the lamps does not show blue silk to best effect. Their words are commonplace, their hands folded and gloved, their opinions supplied by a respectable gazette. You have almost forgotten them even while you are still walking together. The path descends by shallow steps to a broad terrace, as crowded as an imperial exhibition. The Gaslight Terrace. Gaslight lampposts are scattered irregularly across a flagstone terrace. Between them are stations, each containing a patient receiving a treatment. The supervising devils tend these stations, stopping first here and then there, like bees at flowers. I suppose this is where we need to go. You can cure your lightless soul if you so desire. But yeah, we need to go here. Approach the spineless curate. He sits in stocks, attended on by a devilish orderly. At the near station, a curate has been shackled into an ordinary pillory. Leaving to his penance, he is a long way from here now. Meet the spineless curate. His eyes beseech you to visit him. You step closer. I've seen something. In this light, it's hard not to see things. A devilish orderly jabs the curate with a needle. At the sight of the jab, the curate's skin goes lavender. I'm being treated for not believing in God. I've tried everything. Prayer, fasting, long weekends with a professional saint. Whatever a professional saint is. That's a very good question. Usually professional means you're being paid to do it. So as someone who's being paid to be a saint seems odd for the nature of sainthood, but none of it worked. My sermons were suffering. My bishop complained. And has it helped? I have dreamed of snakes and angels, he says. It hasn't made me a mystic. I don't think the devils are real either. Just men with funny eyes, aren't they? The devilish orderly smiles, with extra teeth. The curate needs a freeing. And now we have our options here. Pay the curate's price. His penance can be paid by someone other than himself. We would need penance, a shift of perspective, and penance, enlightenment. Or the curate will hardly care how his rescue is achieved. We would need penance, enlightenment, 5. So either way, we need a penance, but one is 5 things here, and another is we need elsewhere. Tavern Carlin, which should be here at the checkerboard garden. It is reached by a flight of wrong-sized steps. The risers too steep and the flats too narrow. Penance shift of perspective can be gained here. Not a long journey, but by the time you come out on the plane of the checkerboard, your calves are hurting. Ooh, that's a failed check. Ugh. The devils are playing tricolored chess with some of the penitents. White pieces, red pieces, pieces the color of a flourishing wind. Around the edges of the board sit the patients who have already been captured, or who were never part of the game to begin with. So, when they mean with some of the penitents, Yeah, they're, the patients are the chess pieces. Gain a penance of shift of perspective. Those who name drop, who aim too high, who spend too much time in low company, who do not know their place, they wind up here. You're gonna be curdled. Consider the rubbery man. He stands at the edge of the board, ignored by players. Unlock when assisting a rubbery penitent is donating 5 penance of shift of perspective. Ah, let's see what he has to say. No one has dressed him for the chess game, or let him enter the board. Let us speak with the rubbery man. He stands off to one side, tentacles squirming. Writhing introductions. He is surprised that you approach him. He moves to make room for you, in case you are merely trying to occupy his space. When you speak to him, he offers you a squishy handshake. By various signals, gestures, and directions of his eyes, he indicates that he has come here, looking for his place in the world. Rubbery men, for those who do not know, are, kind of squiddy tentacly like men. Generally the form of a man, but with more tentacles for this and this. Rubber and really distinct words. Yeah, they're interesting folks. I thought that was the kinky man at first in a rubber suit. No, 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 no. Definitely not. Definitely not. They are a species of their own, very boneless, and able to kind of modify themselves and other things. Also, hello, Notice. Good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome in and hello. So this one is looking for their place in the world. Devils. Learn how the devils like to find devil in the gaslight terrace. Redemption of a rubbery man. And conversion requires a change of understanding. An alteration of state both sudden and permanent. Or elevation of a rubbery man. What would such a person need? Perhaps understanding cut with ambition. Apparently I have coitus with these, which ruins your soul. Yeah. I'm not sure about the ruining your soul bit, but yeah, I know at least in Fallen London that there are rubbery folk who are options as spouses. That's not the case for me in Fallen London, but I've seen that that's an option, and it's yeah, you can indeed flirt with them and the like. I think you could flirt with an Arcus survivor in Sunless Sea too. Again, something I never did, but yeah, it's an option. Let's do this since it's here. Ask the rubbery man about the devil with the rose-colored gloves, and then hope you can understand the answer. Startling, the rubbery man holds up one tentacle, representing the devil with the rose-colored gloves. Then he holds up another tentacle. After a moment, he twists the two together. Are the tentacles meant to be kissing? Is that what it is? When you look blank, the rubbery man repeats the pantomime several times. Perhaps the devil has a lover, and perhaps the devil loves the rubbery man. Perhaps the devil enjoys exotic forms of dance. Wait, do you have purple hair? Yes, I do actually. I've had this for a month by now actually. Maybe a little bit more than a month. I don't remember when exactly I did it, but yeah. It's been at least a little bit more than a month since I dyed my hair purple. It's been going through different color stages as as excess dye has washed out over the few weeks or so of shower washing. So maybe that's why it's become more noticeable at the moment because it's gotten a bit more vibrant and fallen into this color line. But yeah, why purple? Because I like purple. That's really it. I like the color purple, and at some point last like a little bit over a year ago, I decided, you know what? I'm 30. I want to just experiment a little bit and see how my hair would look dyed purple. So so I did so, and I liked it, and I've kept up at it. Effectively, I like purple. I've designed a lot of characters in the past, whether in games or D&D stuff or the like, that have exotic hair colors, and purple has certainly been among them. So, I want to do so. Why not dye the facial hair too? That's actually an interesting thing you ask because hey, I have experimented with that before because I have this like patch of blonde facial hair on my soul patch that I could experiment here and there. And the thing with facial hair is that facial hair is a different fashion of hair than well your actual hair. It's and thus your facial hair, unlike actual hair, really doesn't have as much in the way of the pores and such to actually retain dye very well. As in, like, it's like you can kind of dye it for a little bit, but it really doesn't last long because the dye just is not getting to the type of hair that facial hair is. So it just does not last because it just is not clean into the hair. And thus why after the initial experiment I don't really bother because it facial hair just does not take to dye well. There is probably facial hair dye. Yeah, you're probably right. But not really much in the way of of in more your more colorful colors. I'm sure there's some stuff that's been designed, but I think they're more designed in mind for the normal hair colors. Certainly not the usual more exotic colors you get out of semi-permanent dye. So yeah, that's why it is, and it's kind of why with my actual hair, it's like I have it more I have it more in hair like more purple this time, but I still have most of the top of my hair brown and kind of goes from the brown and transitions into the purple. So I've kind of worked with that. Buy a vat of purple dye and come out looking like a serial killer. Um, yes, you would certainly look like that. B, I'm not sure that would be safe. And C, that would probably be bloody expensive. I do not have that kind of money in the slightest bit. No Afton, please. Yeah, I will just have to live with my pale ass skin of a ghost because I just cannot deal with sun well. Anyways, what we're doing? Oh yeah. We want to leave him, and we need two of these now. Gain a penance of shift of perspective. 41% chance. I don't know what happens if we fail, but let's do some toss-ups. Hey, success! All you have to do is wait. A man still holding his cruiser wore ermine without being entitled to do so. As punishment, he is being told glamorous stories of parties, but never invited to them. The supervising devil is distracted by the play on the chessboard. As your punishment, it does not bear speaking of. For a month afterward, you see devils dancing in the corners of your eyes. So these little penances are fun in that the first bit is completely randomized. he's just gonna say something weird story-wise, and that's appropriate for the situation, and it's amusing. All right, we need a second one of these. Oh my god, we got both the 41%. Well, fair enough. I'll go with it. A white pawn masqueraded as a survivor of the fourth city. Until the penitent recovers from his inclination, she has a locked tongue to prevent so much as speaking the name of a superior. The supervising devil takes notes. As for your punishment, it does not bear speaking of. For a month afterwards, you see devils dancing in the corners of your eyes. And for those who might have watched my Sunless Sea or are aware of such, the fourth city, we'll note, was the Khanate. The Mongol Khanate. That had been dragged down to the Neath, and then was kind of replaced by London, the fifth city. So, yeah. Alright, return to the center ground. We now need... Oh, wait, hold up. Shouts behind you. The White Queen is captured just as you go. But there's no time to look back at the match in progress. Alright, now we need 2 of these. Same text there, alright. And now this is a 51% mirrors check. Ah, the coin flip. Perfect. Vision. Gain a penance of enlightenment. Vision. Imagination. The ability to see beyond the nearest convention. That's what the devils are trying to evoke here. So basically, each Terrence is trying to deal with a different aspect of the soul. Effectively to quote-unquote treat it by their methods. Whether you believe it works out well or not is how much you trust the devils, but eh, they certainly can influence the soul without a doubt. Hey, success. Penance paid. A woman in high button boots polishes coins before spending them. Until the penitent recovers from this inclination, she has been forbidden to take tea or scones, and forced to indulge in imperial curries instead. Do you feel any more interesting now? Asked the supervising devil. As for your own punishment, well, the typical. Alright, one more. Hey, a failure finally. Ah, terror, okay. Yep, your punishment is terror. A man unendurable. A man in a naval uniform prefers pencils to pens, due to the reduced risk of error. Until the penitent recovers from this inclination, he has been given 5 volumes of erotic drawings from the land of the Pentecost apes. I do not want to think of what that entails. Moving on, let us not think about anything erotic with Pentecost apes. Nope. Also, all that for preferring pencils to pens. As for your own punishment, it does not bear speaking of. You don't have the stamina to wait it out. Ah, now we're getting all the failures. Because of course. A glass-eyed nanny never, before coming here, did anything of which the neighbors might not approve. As punishment, she is enduring an old-fashioned cupping. I have no idea what a cupping is. I'm not sure I want to know. But I certainly don't know what it is. There we go. Here's our other penance. An army cook is a miser of the pedantic variety. As punishment, he has to wear a hat lined with needles for the next several hours. Ugh. The supervising devil watches and takes notes. That sounds horrible. As someone who is not a fan of needles, that sounds horrible. Oh, so horrible. No heads turn. You brush past a matron in gray boots, a train conductor in his uniform, and a young boy who has already adopted an expression of fixed ennui. None of them notices you passing by. None shows any interest in your breaking this convention. Alright, moving on. We're gonna go back here and talk with the rubbery man again. Consider the rubbery man. And here we go. The elevation of a rubbery man. Transferred. Enlightenment for a start. Conversation for a chaser. He consumes both. Tentacles are involved, and the twitching of excessively mobile, would one call them lips? But then, what a transformation! His features smooth and flatten. His tentacles retract. From a distance, one might take him for a human gentleman, with an especially prominent brow. He assesses you, then no thanks, no comment. Not even the wave of a tentacle. What an ingrat. He takes up someone's freshly discarded crozier. As a bishop, he joins the game in play. Assisting a rubbery penitent. You have met a rubbery penitent. You've gained 500 experience. You've gained one vision of the heavens. You've lost your penance enlightenment. You've lost the penance shift in perspective. There is now one intruder amongst your midst. It's a doppelganger. Yep, yes indeed. They have doppelgained. Let us go back here and talk to the other person. We want this spineless curate. Pay the curate's price. His penance can be paid by someone other than himself. And a whoop. Relief. That's better, he says, rolling his sleeve to cover the place where the needle went in. I have a warning for you. Meet me in the Bell Garden. It's harder for them to overhear us there. Don't follow me right away. Wouldn't do for them to see us together. Then he strolls off. Is that all? Is that what he calls gratitude? Have you been duped completely? It remains to be seen whether he will still be in the Bell Garden, after all. The curate awaits in the Bell Garden. 200 experience, and we've lost our penances. Fair enough. And now, the Bell Garden. Try to enter the Bell Garden. The ascent is rocky. The sound of chimes is audible all the way down here. Penance deprivation can be gained here. Let's try to enter. Turn back. You put your foot on the first step and a devil blocks you. Those who enter the Bell Garden must be in a proper state of hygiene, specialist, he says. Wouldn't want to make things worse for the poor sufferers. He washes his hands in the fountain. Stopping you must have been grubby work. You've been turned away for impurity. Alright then, so we need to deal with our impurity. Which is now what this option is. Perform a ritual of purification to enable entrance to the Bell Garden. Those who wish to enter the Bell Garden must first undergo lustrations and prayers. Once again, a 50-50 shot. Failure. Excellent. More terror. The list. Purification, according to the devils, is a matter assigned by lot and daily changed. Some patients must wash in salt water, some in fresh. Some must burn their old clothing, or shave their heads, or sustain a high note of song for a full minute by the clock. And some are made to sit in a chair and be lowered into a den of snakes. Perhaps tomorrow's purification will be little more tolerable. Snakes! Um, more terror. Not the snakes! There we go. Fountains, pebbles, shoes. First, remove your shoes. Wash your face with the fountain of fresh water, and your feet in the basin of salt water. Walk across a patch of white sand. Throw a pebble over your left shoulder to baffle any ill-omened thing that might be following you. Then sleep in a hammock on a private balcony where only other patients may enter. When you wake, eat up a plain white bread with a salt crust. After all this, you will be ready. You performed the proper purification. So let us enter the Bell Garden. You perform the necessary rituals so that you will not bring any improper airs or attitudes with you. The stairs lead up to the highest and coldest point in Carillion. The bells ring louder as you climb. The music is mathematical and exact. Each note sounds for exactly the same length of time, the same duration that is required to ascend one step. No one passes anyone else on these stairs. The Bell Garden. In a tower over the Bell Garden, 12 devils ring a change of 12 bells. The full peal will take 11,000 days to complete, without intermission. From time to time, one devil relieves another, stepping in during the half-minute when that particular bell is at rest. There are no errors. This mathematical music can be heard everywhere in Carillion, but it is loudest here. Impurity and imprecision are not welcome. Are not welcome. Penance of deprivation, that's even a harder check. Austerity, absence, and lack. These are the devil-recommended treatments for those who live within the sound of the bells. Alright then. Conversation with a spineless curate. Cure your fermented soul. Perhaps you have eaten that which you should not. Perhaps you've come in contact with something unclean. At any rate, your soul has gone a bit off. Nah. We're fine being slightly fermented. Also, I like the return dialogue. Return to the center Carillion. Try not to spray anything. The stairs down are more terrifying than the stairs up. But let's have a conversation with a spineless curate. He's willing to talk to you here, under the cover of the constant bell ringing. No one else will hear. Doggo. His lip to your ear. This is the best garden, he says. Everything orderly. No one dressed up in pheasant outfits or waltzing backward. But here's what I wanted to tell you. Watch out for the tall devil with the rose-colored gloves. He is embezzling the property. And the curate makes a curious gesture with one hand, as though he were winding noodles around a fork. When you look blank, he says, "Spearfish." He's taking souls from the patients, in secret, before the presiding deviless has a chance at them. I'm afraid he's going to get at me before I finish my term here. Spearfish usually represented by the fork. Twining the souls. Initiative Carillion. The curate has disclosed the secret of a spearfur. We might as well approach a pendant nurse. She huddles in a corner, her face trapped into a grimace. Attempt to communicate with her. It's too loud to speak, certainly. She has enough to tolerate as it is. You communicate in writing. She has been within the sound of the bells for 40 days. The cleaner is starting to disrupt her mind. She begs you to help her, and out of your kindness, pay part of her penance for her. She would do the same for you. She is a very kind and forgiving soul. To convince you of this point, she scribbles down assurances, compliments, and a sketch of herself ministering to a leprous child. You're helping a nurse with her penance. So we need to either donate your deprivation to the nurse. You have done without. You have paid a price. And now you are donating that price to her. You'll have to walk her out as well. Or donate a mix of deprivation and ordeal to the nurse. What good is control if it doesn't come with strength? So deprivation and an ordeal. Enough to deal with at the moment. Let's see if we can't get one of these without raising our terror too much. Speak of the devil. Purifications not obtained. A hired companion swears frequently and in multiple languages, regardless of present company. Until she overcomes these flaws, she chews a sprig of mint before speaking. A sprig of mint, rather. This one's a really bad chance, and we're just reducing our deals. Coroner considered tiger an acceptable dinner meat. And to cure these defects of character, he wears a heavy chain for a belt, and a ball at each ankle. Yeah. A janitor avoided handkerchiefs and napkins, preferring to use a sleeve. As punishment, she sees the world through frosted white glasses. We'll try one more. Unfortunate. A janitor has a pungent breath and a taste for sea shanties. Oh, and as punishment, she wears a heavy chain for her belt and a ball at each ankle. Alright, let's try not to sprain anything then. You'll need to redo them if you wish to enter. If you wish to return. 144 steps, and 12 changes of 12 bells, before you reach the bottom again. No one else is on this staircase. The penitents look up curiously when you arrive back at the center of Carlin. So we'd have to do that again if we want to go back in there, but we have something to inform. You could, indeed, blackmail the Spearfer, given what you know. Or go and speak to the presiding deviless. We shall do so. And let us... We could purchase indulgences. That's, deprivation, endurance, enlightenment, excess, indulgence. That one right there. Let us turn in the Spearfer. You know what he did. She should know also. He is diminishing her supply, after all. You have space, he will join your crew. We, do not have space on our crew, nor I'm sure we want, them. You lay out what you know. The rose-gloved devil has been stealing souls for himself, and not making proper contracts for them either. Spearfish, she says, and I warned him. After a moment, her attention returns to you. He had a very different soul when we first met. This is the trouble with friendship among devils. Come back in 5 years' time, and who knows? You may find me engaged in a smuggling operation of my own. Like I said, it's like you could offer to take the Spearfur on board your engine. His presence here is evidently a source of difficulty. She would like to be rid of him, and he may not wish to stay. You could probe into the nature of devil souls. She may think it unsuitable for a human to know the answer to such questions. In fact, might truly be unsuitable to know. But we could also just demand a reward. She hinted that there would be one. Where is it? We were promised one. Ah. She puts a stacks of permits on the desk. These came from a pinstripe man now serving penance in the Gaslight Terrace. Next, a golden relic studded with moonstones. And that came from a bohemian girl with aspirations to write villanelles. She is recovering in the Bell Garden. Initiate of Carlin. Watch the casting out of the Spearfur from Carlin. You've gained 5 ministry stamp permits. You now have a captivating treasure. Ooh, and 1,000 experience. So we can return to here. Come back if you have any other questions, Citadelis. She's already opened the next file on her desk. And now, observe the casting out of the Spearfur. The presiding deviless is haranguing the Spearfur in her beehive office. It looks as though the interview will not last much longer. Oh, there they go. He is not allowed to take anything with him. Not a case, not a hat, not even clothing. The presiding deviless makes him strip down in the courtyard to show that he hasn't got any spare souls tucked into his trousers. The penitents have seen plenty of humiliations lately, but generally inflicted on humans. They watch the Spearfur's progress in a spirit of ill-concealed jubilation. Nude and stump-shouldered, he walks to the port. After he is gone, the presiding deviless takes a curious, two-pronged fork from her desk and flings it into the fountain. The water seethes. That two-pronged fork is the tool of a Spearfur, how you entwine the souls out of a person. The Spearfur has been cast out of Carnelian. We've gained 10 savage secrets. Yeah, remember when we were pining for those? Yeah. Well, guess what? Now we have a fuck ton of them. Da-da-da-da-da. What? Alright, and that is that. Let us buy this here. This is an penitent nurse. See if there's any other areas we can get so that we can get those assistant seals. Not that we want to try for any other things, but visit the stunted grove. But we might as well visit them. At the center of Carlin, a half-height grove of blackthorn bushes. There's no real gate, but not much of a wall either. There's only a low stone barrier, perhaps a foot tall, easy to step over. When the thorn bushes grow thorns an inch or more long. There are paths between them, but it is hard to pass by without tearing one's clothes. The devils who work here have scratches on their forearms, though they do not seem to mind. There's not a single comfortable place to sit. Oh yeah, there we go. Let's approach the professional penitent. She is seated on a stool, eating vast quantities of sorbet. She collects penance for other people. It's a slow process, but the quality is better than the indulgence penance one may buy from the presiding deviless. Might as well chat with them. Quantities of sorbet. The pendant is seated on a stool, eating from an enormous barrel of violet sorbet. There's enough to supply a carnival. The pendant's lips are blue. Her fingers are sticky. There are purple smears on her frock. Wasps are taking an interest in the side of her face. When you come over, she puts down her spoon long enough to greet you. I'm here on behalf of a Viscountess, who doesn't love her children. She is waiting back in London for me to deliver her penance. Pointedly, the supervising devil sets another long-handled spoon at her elbow. If she has work to do, donate or deal to the pendant, professional pendant. You could provide her with what she needs, or donate or deal and deprivation. Okay, so our inverse deal for the other one. She likely has a use for these, for her current customer or for a future one. Okay, so that's there. We can't go to the sand garden. It descends into a tunnel. Carved over the mouth of the tunnel are symbols of death, a skull, a flail, a fly on its back. Our soul would need to be clear for this. And we cannot visit the terrace of glass statues. The path is a mirrored labyrinth. Entry is forbidden to those who are not already afflicted with a flickering soul. As such, we would need our soul to be flickering. It is not. However, visit the garden of insatiable roses. Only pendants with stained souls may visit the garden of insatiable roses. We are indeed have a stained soul. Thanks for being a Z sailor in our past. The path runs around the side of Carillon, to an area that cannot be seen at all from the center. It's a narrow and unassuming path, almost overgrown, and the ground underfoot is soft earth. Explore the undergrowth as you go, and curiosity is what brought you here. Read the footprints. Who has come here before you? Identify that scent. It lingers in the air, mingled with the rose scent and the smoke. Let's explore as we go. Because I can. You lift aside a canopy of leaves alongside the path. Underneath, white maggots are eating a sigil of warding into a falling peach. By the fence there is a composting pile. Thousands of worms are reducing to mulch a heap of unacceptable book matter. Most of the books were confiscated from pendants. Now and then the compost catches fire and a supervising devil has to put it out. But this fertilizer explains the aggression of the plants that grow here. Yes, indeed. Gain a penance of excess, those who cross boundaries too often are taught here, and those limits have meaning. Curious, stained soul, perhaps you've looked into topics you should not have. Perhaps your soul has been consumed and spat out again by an unspeakable beast. And approach a hellish penitent. She is participating in a picnic. At the center of the garden is a picnic banquet. There is too much frosting on all of the cakes, too much oil in the salads. But several of the pendants sit gloomily eating, with only their own clothes for napkins. The devilish sits among them, eating treacle from a jar. Ask what she's doing here. She's paying a price for her own behalf. Hell. Supposedly, says the devilish between bites. The souls of devils are incapable of being refined. You make some adjustments, improve here and there, and then a death or two later, and all the work is gone. But I'm determined. If humans can be improved, so can I. And we could offer a serving of self-knowledge. She's facile and changeable. Can the truth alter that? We would need inescapable truths. 5 of them. Or we need 5 endurance, offering a serving of endurance. If the devil has trouble remaining the same for long, perhaps this is the cure. So, inescapable truth and endurance. The overture picnic for now. And was endurance there? No. You would need one or the other from the other branches, which we cannot get into either of those at the time being. So, nothing we can do about that, clearly. Shops, bazaar. Let's pick up another supply. We can start. Oh, wait, we picked up something? Not that I'm aware, but, yeah. Alright, then we wait here for our supplies to go over so we can buy another one so we can be sure we don't, run out of supplies. In the meantime, something for my throat. Ugh. A bit of stretching for my back. Ugh. That's been less than ideal at the moment, but say the least. Shops, bazaar, not bazaar, grimoires, supplies, buy. Alright. Is that all? We picked up a port report, I believe. Go to possessions to here. We now have captivating treasure. Oh, goodness. Are these at Winter's reside? Ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. Tier 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Okay then. Let us go then with our high terror because we tried to do foolish things. Onwards. Back to New Winchester. We have a very full inventory. And based upon our terror situation, we will need... I'll judge things as we go, but we do need to finish things up in Trader's Wood for, that. For our prospect. Because we have our books now. Oh hey look, there's a person here. And enduring dreadnought fighting them. Careful as we know. Because that's... Ow. Yeah, there you go. Now you're hitting the right thing. Let me help you. And kaboom. Unusual items. Sovereigns. We'll go with money this time. Excellent, 26 sovereigns. Huzzah. Oh, but don't do something foolish. Take the shorter route. This route to New Winchester. Because the sake of our fuel. As one can see, yeah, it really doesn't care if you get caught in the crossfire. You have to be aware of them. Whether you're on good terms with them or not, you need to watch out. Because they will do things like just shoot into oblivion. And one really doesn't want that. For obvious reasons. Let's go. We definitely have plenty of supplies. We should have enough fuel to get back. We're going through still a good chunk of one fuel barrel, and we have another one in stock, so we should be plenty fine. Especially taking this relatively quick route. Bum-ba-da-da-bum-ba-dum. On the plus side for this stream compared to my last stream, at least OBS hasn't crashed again. fingers crossed, knock on all the wood and all that jazz, but I would rather it continue functioning. I a bit need that for the stream to continue. And thus it was very unfortunate when it happened in last stream. He's like immediately booted back up, but it's still very unfortunate. Obi is just like, alright, I'ma just die now. It's like, wait, no, please don't, I need you. Too bad. But no, things seem to be working fine for now. I was having computer troubles for a bit. I've altered some things around in my computer, and I've been basically on Eagle Watch since to see if it's improved on matters. And well, bare minimum, I haven't seen much in the way of the problems I was having, so I'm hopeful. Oops, I was not meaning to press a dodge. I accidentally pressed a dodge. Stick that in, stick all of these in, stick all these souls in, and let us have these things tick over. Our terror was reduced by a fair bit. This is a good thing. Want our supplies and fuel to take over so that we can, well, do the obvious. That obvious being buy more. Actually, why am I doing like this? I have port reports to turn in. I can just go up here to Company Hall. Again, I don't know why I didn't do that when I literally could just go here. And this works much more efficiently and productively. Captain, a crewman says. They try to keep their voice even. It's fine, we're close enough. It's a little bit too far. Not the best at backing in, as one can see, but I keep trying anyways. Deliver my port reports. All 10 of them. Services rendered. It is a comfortable room for a modest secretary. Stained glass windows lay crimson slants across the desk. The prudent secretary receives your reports and reads them, one by one. A number of questions follow, to which the secretary expects cogent, succinct answers. Her Majesty is grateful, they say, as you leave. We've gained 10 gratitude, which we need to spend on things. 1,000 sovereigns. The stovepipe's fortunes go up by 10. The fortunes of the Tackities go down by 10. And now we have a bunch of stuff to spend on. Like, a bunch of stuff, which we're probably just gonna get, more permits. And permits come in really handy in a general basis. And that's why I like picking them up. I will continue to pick them up. Boop, doo-doop. And badoop. Perfect. Thank you for all the permits. I appreciate it. Let's get back to New Winchester. We have things to do there. And things to check up on. As one has noticed, our reputation is kind of high now with the Windward Company, with the stovepipes. The supporters of London. And in we go. Now here's what we can do about this. We can learn about recent developments in the war. The fortunes of war. Despite this seeming victory, the Windward Company's hold is less secure than it seemed. The new Gazette can confirm the survival of several key figures in the Assembly, including the Indoor Veteran and Sweet Jane, both of who have been sighted on Lustrum. Already there are murmurs of discontent in the far-flung ports of the Reach, who will not take kindly to any attempts to impose direct rule upon them. You will learn who currently controls the Reach. Yep, that's the same deal. And we can search for our name. Your name does not appear in any of the Tackety focus reporting on the war. Apparently you are not considered worthy of comment. How flattering. You are named in several places in an example of patriotism and British pluck. Someone has proposed that the Windward Company name a new mining engine after you. There you go. We've got enough reputation with them, with the Windward Company, that our name is starting to appear in things. First things first, though, let us return to Mademoiselle Lumiere. You have saved her production. She should be willing to part with what she knows about the fungus now. Lumiere is very pleased with your efforts. You know, I had no interest in history until very recently, but now I can't get enough of this stuff. Always more to learn. Speaking of, she disappears into the depths of her shop and reemerges, carrying a covered birdcage. It's time to show you my bird. Beg your pardon, lady? On the hunt for Hybris, Mademoiselle Lumiere wants to show you her bird. Well, okay. Watch Mademoiselle Lumiere's unveiling. She wants you to show you her bird. It has something to do with the fungus on Hybris. Though how, you can't imagine. The bird shouldn't be dead. It has been cooked. Yet it moves about its perch quite merrily. Pustules of violent fungus, where feathers ought to have been. Its flesh is bare, but absent of burn scars. It was going to be supper, but I couldn't resist experimenting. He appears to have forgiven me for fricassing him. Mademoiselle Lumiere feeds the bird a few seeds from her hand. It's certainly not the mushrooms I intended to pair it with. The infected bird periodically sends spores flying about the room, alighting on this or that. I found a huge tower of them outside of Hybris village. That'll be the source. She rummages in her bag for a handful of golden mushroom caps. It reacted very poorly to this. Mademoiselle Lumiere has told you to look out for a fungus tower on Hybris. Well then. Alright, let's develop some sapling knots. For another 150 sovereigns. I'll be sure it makes it to the ladies' hope. Yes, indeed, you do that. Alright. Bazaar. Let's see what we've got here. That's one that'll aid the Tackety's war efforts, so we don't need to worry about that. Port Prosper needs 3 consignments of souls. That one we will be taking. Our bank, so we need 1, 2, 3. Alright then. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Then we need... Alright, supplies and fuel. But of course... Pardon me. 40 spent on supplies. Leaves us with 7 and 7. Currently leaves us at the current moment Trader's Wood and Port Prosper. Let us head off. And we'll be starting at stopping off at Port Avon because we can. I mean, it's right there. We can pick up a port report. No harm in a port report as such. Ugh. Shall go around here and to here, to Port Avon, to Trader's Wood, and then we will be going to Port Prosper. But through a different route, I think. I think we shall go along the outer ring. For I do believe there's stuff to find in the outer ring. There very much is. Fungal growth. Destroy the fungus. Reduce our terror. May good things happen in that accord. Because we need our terror reduced. We are so close to another level up. We do want a little bit of Veils because the baseline of 25 and everything is not a bad thing to have going for you. But then for the most part, we want to improve our... I mean, Irons and Hearts is like some of the main things we've been gunning for. So, I'm partial to those. Mirrors isn't a bad thing, but Hearts and Irons, that's who we're predominant of. We have only so many level ups to work with, so we do want to specialize in some capacity. And Hearts and Irons, I think, is what I'm going for this character. Because it is how it is. She has a heart full, and... Ooh, we can play a round of cricket. To reduce our terror by a little bit more. Excellent. Opportunity hours. Let's see here. No bargains quite yet. And nothing on that accord. No, we're in. A note, just Port Avon. Port report is what we want. And alright, off to Trader's Wood to turn in these books. The books. The books. We indeed want to turn in the books, because, yeah, we've been sitting on this prospect for a while now. Book Sunstead. Presume that's a place that's down there below Port Avon. And, fair enough on that accord. Alright, here we go. This be the path. Through the Trader's Wood. Oh, pardon me. Like I said, it's been one of those days, and one of those days usually means I'm abnormally tired on top of everything, so apologize for any signs it deals that. Not sure how late we'll go with the stream, but I want to at least get 5 hours in, so I still want at least a couple more hours. Even if it take me to a certain time of the night, but it's fine. I want to get some good progress in. I want to be as prepared as possible for effectively going into the next zone. I want to do as much as I can before we head into Albion. And that's why I'm just kind of trying to wrap up whatever I can kind of remember and what's there to do here in the Reach before we enter new territories. and new stories. That does not mean we'll be done with the Reach, mind. There are plenty of things in the Reach to still do that will be worth doing, and things that'll lead us back to the Reach. There's no effectively being done with this zone. It's just when you're satisfied to go elsewhere. And we're not quite there yet. We still have things to do, but a lot of our signs at the moment are pointing us towards London. That's definitely the truth. I want to get as much as can be here. Purchase tens. Now we want to trade these in. 1, 2, 3. Classicists are delighted, the theologians are not pleased, and the medievalists can't come to a conclusion. Vision of the heavens and more experience for turning in that deal. Perfect. Let us now go to Port Prosper to turn in these bundles of souls, but on a different route. An outer edge route. I'm hoping to find something I remember that I found in the past. There's no guarantees on that front, but I'm hoping it might be in this general vicinity. It'd be cool to see. I definitely want to do it before I leave the Reach. 100% want to find it and do it, so I'm not leaving the Reach until I find that sucker. As far as I remember, it generally tends to be on the outer Reach. Hi. That's fine on. Okay then. Don't let me stop you. Away I go. No. Outer ring. I want outer ring. It's just there's tons of other paths inwards, which I might check at some point. I want this outer ring. We will try to definitely explore as much of the Reach as possible as well. This is part conductive to that. Ah. Okay. Never mind for this path. This path is apparently a dead end. Okay, then fair enough. Fair enough, game. Fair enough. Which means this... Yeah, which means this must be the path that kind of connects all the way around, maybe? Huh. We have plenty of stuff. Let's explore. Not you. You are not exploring. We of course long range in this one as much as like the shotgun because as we've seen, these folks have a close range attack that is unpleasant. Oh, fuck off. Damn you, burrower below. Stop being so unnaturally angry with me. Fuck, got a bit too close. Oh, well, that's a little bit more terror. We're gaining experience this time because... well, I'm really close to level up. That's why. Oh, well, we killed that thing blocking it around. We might as well explore this area. Going the total opposite direction, of course, but, say la vie. Oh, for fuck's sake, there's another one. Ah, no, there's... Fuck, I moved the wrong direction again. So, easy to accidentally dodge the wrong way. And I have done something foolish. This one seems to be stuck in the scenery somehow. I don't know how, but who am I to argue? They're annoying to fight as is. I'll take it. Alright, they're already annoying. I might as well, at least have relatively free shot of it. Oh, another treasure. Oh, hey, some bronzewood. Excellent. Don't mind if I do. Oh, more. This path just seems to be being profitable at the moment. Although full of fucking dangers. But profitable. Also, it seems to be a dead end, so this was just for Scry Spinsters and Bronzewood. Alright, fine. At least I know now. At least I know. Oh, stop drifting the other way. Playing a ring around the bronzewood I harvested. And both of us are failing at it miserably. Don't want to get too close. But I do want to actually be able to shoot it. Come back here, you. They've gotten tired of playing ring around the bronzewood. I have such difficulties fighting these things, and I do not know why. I have much easier time with the ships. Stop moving! Need to get back before he uses its steel. See, they also attack really, really often. Why do things have to be so annoying? Alright. Can grab some wood off of this one because we leveled up. And for penance for the repairs I'm gonna have to do. But we have gained a level up. Let's see what our options are. I think this seance I decided didn't really feel all too fitting to me. What? Ooh, a scandal was something, actually. Could have been a settler. Below stairs, a metamorphosis. Let's see here. A scandal. Ah, well then. A scandal. You were the gossip of London's salons, and the target of blistering editorials in the Gazette. Mad, they said. Bad, they said. Dangerous to know. What was the incident that exposed you to the buffering winds of public opinion? A torrid affair. Secret letters, warm and yearning. Furtive assignations, where desires, among other things, could be unlaced. The reports were salacious. Or a parade of debauchery. Absinthe, wantonness, more absinthe, brawling, gambling, blasphemy, and slander, absinthe and prisoner's honey alone, prisoner's honey in company. Is there a vice you haven't explored? It's possible. There are only so many hours in the day. I think we are going to go for a torrid affair. This gives us our little bit of boost to veils that we want, and a boost to hearts, which is always good. So we were embroiled in a torrid affair. A scandal of such magnitude. We've gained 5 hearts and 3 veils, which now puts our hearts at 44, our veils at 28, our irons is still at 44, so hey, our irons and hearts are now tied, and our mirrors at 30. Excellent. Let's get up to Port Prosper. Through this, what I can only but presume is going to be through that route. We're treading the line a little bit with both Hole and Terror. But we should have the supplies to get up to Port Prosper. Should. Our supplies are actually decently well off. Our fuel, yeah, we'll hope. We'll hope on that accord. Not like we can buy any from Trader's Wood anyway, so we might as well make our way to Port Prosper in that regards. And we need to go there anyways. So let us tempt the fates. As we tend to do here, because, well, why not? Tempt the fates. All the fates. And see where this new path into the Reach takes us. What secrets or horrors lie here amongst all this nonsense? The answer is likely all of it. You can make out the distant roar of waterfalls, plunging from the sky to unseen depths. We did not find horrors. The falls cascade through the sky, alight with all the hues of heaven. Lapin Lake. In fact, we have found the opposite. We have found a wonder. A wonder of the Reach. Right as we have this happen to us. It's fine, let's just get another Tale of Terror. You can see lakes, waterfalls, all sorts of gorgeous sights here. The Regent's Tears. And you'll notice a point glowing. We can interact with it. The Regent's Tears. It is said that the lakes at the top of Regent's Tears have curative properties. This rumor goes largely unconfirmed. The ground by the lake is too boggy. Too boggy to land a locomotive. Instead, you must land on a sharp, slippery ledge, lower down the falls. The walk up will be punishing. Hi, dog. We have 3 options. Leave. The falling waters are a continual thunder. Too long here, and your crew will demand extra pay to compensate for the headaches. No. We could follow the guide to the top of the tiers. A hooded woman, half concealed in the spray, waits by the waterfall. You are here for the Regent's Lakes? She has a thick London accent. We do have a 100% chance of that. Or drink from the cascading waters. The route to the top is perilous. You can still benefit from the lakes, without undue risk. She waits for those who need her guidance. Sip from the waterfall. Let's follow the guide. It's a 100% chance. Why wouldn't we? Upwards without pause. The woman leaps from ledge to foothold. She is sure-footed, apparently oblivious to the thundering roar of the waterfalls. It is treacherous work to keep up with her. When you finally reach the top, you help each other over the edge. Only now you can see that she is crying. She has wept endlessly for years. The tears run down grooves in her cheeks that have been worn there by the constant weeping. She gestures towards the water. Welcome. May the region's lakes nourish you. Ah, fortune check. What could possibly go wrong? Everything. The view from the top of the tiers is dizzying. The forest is so large and you are so high that all perspective is lost. Only your locomotive, small as a matchbox, breaks the illusion of a mossy meadow inches from your feet. You step back from the drop and turn to the lake. It is huge. You can not make out any details of its far shore. Steam rises sluggishly from the surface. The water is warm. Immerse yourself in the hot lake. The warmth is sure to ease your muscles. A 40% fortune check. That we succeeded. Ooh. The profoundest melancholy. The water is hot as a freshly drawn bath. The constant drum of the rushing waters drowns out even your thoughts. You should be relaxed. You should be considering the magnificence of the reach. Emerald green, cathedraled with branches soaring like buttresses. But how can you? You are alone. The reach's glory has fallen into darkness, and shall not rise again. What can be left? With effort, you climb from the water to lie on the bank, sobbing. You've gained a vision of the heavens and a savage secret. And it boots us immediately out. You'll notice it is indeed a time-based deal. So, you can come back here once enough time has passed, and go about other options. The Cantankerite bees! Fuck you, Cantankerite. Why did you have to go for me? Dick. Anyways. This one hit us. Let's gain money from it. In the meantime, bees! The falls cascade through the sky, alight with all the hues of heaven. Ah, they still got a hit on us. Call nonsense there. Listen to its death hymn. We'll get experience instead of risking crew on honey that we do not need. And, oh boy, let's keep on limping along. Do. That 10,000 streams. Fourth Sight's fonts. As you can see, yeah, this is indeed a big series of water. Make out the distant roar of waterfalls plunging from the sky to unseen depths. It really is quite pretty. Engine is filled with sudden groaning. Your larders bulge with the new growths. Oh, not you, Peacock Wind. No. The Peacock Wind horrifies my crew, and I want whatever's here. Ah, more wood. And our reward for ignoring them is wood. Yeah, fair enough. We could explore there. We don't really want to. Unfortunately, we do want to keep on heading on this outer edge because we want to explore. This will lead here. And this here leads to where we know is abandoned area. affected by the peacock wind. They'll go further now, if you have the courage to eat. As you'll notice, our supplies are actually... has a little thing holding along. They aren't going down. Unfortunately, we have to go through the horrors that is the peacock wind that terrifies our crew. That's the unfortunate deal. Reduce terror, please. Boom, boom, boom. Thank you, Fungus Rock. You were very, very useful to have nearby. Like, very, very useful to have nearby. Considering all this peacock wind and nonsense. Keep on meeting like this. The peacock wind and me. Always when my terror is already struggling. We found it. I have found what I was looking for. A once proud engine drifts here, riven by destructive growth of fungus. So you were at... I'll note, Raider, you're asking things about what could happen with what happens with the deadly things of fungus. Yeah. Approaching the Percival. The engine drifts unhappily through the sky. Its hull has been split by an eruption of corpse-white fungus from inside. The name Percival can be made out in brass letters on its side. The first engine through the avid horizon, the navigator whispers. London's pride. She was captained by Lieutenant Commander Percy Blythe, and her mission was to chart new horizons beyond Albion. But she never came back. Why are both of you on my bed, dogs? Off! Off, off! Covering my bed with fur. Not like I'm already covered with fur, but still. It's the principle of the matter. Another nice areas for y'all to lay down on. But yes, you are unaware of what happened on board the Percival. Unlocked when you do not have vision of the Percival. Let us board the Percival. What happened to the first engine in the high wilderness? Its doors are sealed. Its lights dim. It drifts in the currents, mangled by fungal extrusions. This is why you maintain your maintenance on fungal spores. This. Bolt cutters and pry bars are required to break the outer door. Its locking mechanism is antiquated and slickened with an oily substance. You wrench the door open, and are immediately greeted with a cloud of yellowing spores. Your vision blurs, just as your navigator torches them, igniting the air with burning fungus. A few gas lights flicker on the walls. The scratchy sounds of a gramophone can be heard. Vision of the Percival. You have entered the wreck of the Percival. There's some talk of Alexander, and some of Hercules, of Hector and Lysander, and such great names as these. But of all the world's greatest heroes, there's none that can compare with the tow row 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 to the British Grenadiers. The gramophone, I'll note. Those right there are the gramophone. Spores drift through broken carriages like dying fireflies. Recruitment posters bearing Her Renewed Majesty's face molder on the walls. Music, scratchy but distant, echoes through the empty carriages. A great wall of pulsing fungus separates the back of the engine from the front. We can enter the captain's cabin. In the first designs for London's engines, the captain always roomed towards the back of the train, for their protection. investigate the armory. An explorer engine like the Persephone would have been stocked for all eventualities, or breach the fungus. Shivering spasms of festering fungus separate the front of the train from the rest. The only way forward is through. Let's enter the captain's cabin first. Plush seats surround a decaying paper map, placed on a mahogany table. Drinks, some floating with mildew, have been poured in glasses around the table. Map stained from sprouting fronds like peeling wallpaper. Spores float gently through the room. Logbooks lie scattered about the table. None date after 1897. The engine's destination was to be Trader's Wood. The last entry regards a stop at Hybris, which they named High Brazil. Something was brought on board. Back to leading into things to Hybris. The captain's bunk has collapsed in a pile of rotten wood and infected bed sheets, wet with fungal growths. You've gained 1 terror, understandable. On 3 hope, sir, on thee our hopes we fix. God save us all. Let us investigate the armory. With the solid iron walls of the armory are stained and rotted with sporing bodies. Lockers hang open, revealing decaying and antiquated skysuits. The old design, with thermal chestplate and brass buttons for fastenings. Several of your crew coo appreciatively, but back away when a prodding of one suit reveals a fruiting colony of golden black mushrooms has sprouted within. Amongst the outdated and unused weaponry, you uncover a trove of novels. Fanciful stuff, but all covered with the possibilities of space travel. And the interaction between modern man and the alien. You've gained 1 terror, understandable. Here's a health unto Her Majesty, with the fa la 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 la, confusion to her enemies. Let us breach the fungus. Success, had an 88% chance, and we are good on our irons. As intended. You organize your hardiest stokers into a rota, slowly but steadily widening the gap between the pallid walls of quivering fungal flesh. The smell is direful, as are the ominous bulges protruding from the mushroom bulk. Thanks to your capable direction, however, a wide path is cleared straight through the fungus, bisecting it like 2 lungs separated by the trachea. You pass through unharmed. Visions of the Persephone, you are making progress. When Britain first at heaven's command arose from out the Zermain, this was the charter of the land, and guardian angels sang this strain. The front of the engine is even more infected with sprouting mushrooms and sporing fungal growths. The engine room lies ahead, seemingly the source of the persistent movement. Before that, however, is a haze of spores, rendering the corridor ahead entirely noxious. Explore the crew cabins. In locomotives as old as this, the crew were assigned bunks near the engine room. The sounds of the gramophone are louder here. Battered metal and tormented wood paneling comprise the confines in which the crew dwelled. Chubby toadstools, round as pastries, dot the cramped bunk beds. Mementos of home are scattered about the fruiting debris. Slim volumes of Arnold and Blake, vials of honey, and engravings of simple domestic scenes can be found under every bunk. You also uncover a little tally chart on a folded up bit of paper. It seems the crew were organizing a whip round for their commander's retirement present. They'd settled on a plot of land on Port Prosper. You have gained 1 terror. Send her victorious, happy and glorious, long to reign over us. Traverse the sporing carriage. Fruiting sacks send clouds of vitriolic orange into the air. Passing through will be hazardous to the health. The engine room is just beyond. 66% chance. Godspeed? That is not Godspeeding it. Ooh. You are alone. Your crew disappears behind you. Your crew disappeared behind you, lost in a haze of orange and gold. Above, sacks of sporing fungus encrusted to the metalwork begin to erupt. Showers of spore and viscous liquids render the terrain still more hazardous. You feel a particular sensation. Your hands tingle, as though wishing to reach out, to touch the fungus, as though for one more drink. You increase your speed. There is a cry behind you. You turn to see one of your crew, a particularly distractible signaler, has entered the miasma after you. Her hands are in a mound of virulent gold fungus. Then, so is the rest of her. The scene is lost to another shower of spores. You press on towards the engine room. You are outside the engine room. You've lost 1 crew. Another crew member lost. We've lost a crew member. The engine room is before you. Light and music spill from under the door, queasy and persistent. Enter the engine room. The thick steel door is scored with bullet holes and is held in place by tendrils of ropey white fungus. As you approach, you notice the damage done to the walls, riddled with bullets, old stains on the carpet. An attack was mounted on the engine room. You can hear music loud and clear from the inside. An eerie green light pours through the hinges, like floodwater. You push open the door. You have gained 1 terror. You have entered the engine room of the Pearsful. May God have mercy on your soul. The engine room is as cold as a sunless sky. Your breath hangs in long chains before you. The boiler is off. The infernal gramophone sits atop the boiler. The music is no better for being closer to it. Before you lies a dance macabre of fungus and corpses, hand and frond. On the wall, suspended by fungus, is a body in a captain's uniform. Investigate the engine room. What has happened here? The corpses bear bullet wounds. They are unmarred by fungus, decaying in peace. Among the rank insignia, you spot a first officer, a chief engineer, and a conductor. All died violent deaths. There are far too few to mount to the full crew. The boiler, a battered, antiquated, wheezing contraption, stands silent and broken. Strips of iron hang in front of it, as though it had suffered an explosion. Inside, you find fungus amidst the ashes, clumps and custards of tendrils that sprout for the charcoal. When burnt, the spores would have infected the whole engine. You have gained one terror. Here come the grenadiers, my boys who know no doubts or fears. Then sing to row, 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 row the British Grenadiers. Examine the captain's corpse. Here lies all that remains of Lieutenant Commander Percy Blythe. The corpse of the finest officer of his generation hangs from the wall, suspended by loops of pale fronds. His skin is sallow, and strands of gold fungus curl beneath it. His eyes open. Percy Blythe looks down on you. Blue fruiting mushrooms speckle his beard. Next to him, the gramophone crackles out dreary anthems of years past. His mouth opens too wide as he speaks. His jaw cracks. Lieutenant Percy Blythe lives. You've gained one terror. Understandable. Who did sit brood upon the chaos dark and rude, and bid its angry turmoil cease, and give for wild confusion peace? Oh, hear us when we cry to thee, for those in peril on the sea. Suspended from chains of fungus, Percy Blythe begins to stir, improbably alive. He fixes his gold-flecked eyes on you, as his mouth begins to move as though wanting to speak. Listen to Lieutenant Commander Percy Blythe. Somehow, he is still alive. He groans. His mouth opens impossibly wide, and a cloud of yellow spores emerges. I am all that's left. An oily liquid begins to drip from his left eye. I'm a child of the grave garden. The voice alters, becoming more clipped, more static, like that of the voices on the gramophone. I am Lieutenant Commander Percy Blythe, Captain of the Persephone. My task was to explore the wilderness and return home with new discoveries. He groans, as though weeping. I am all that remains. I want to go home. Speak to Lieutenant Commander to uncover the fate of the Persephone. You've gained one terror. Understandable. Still. Seem to rack around on the gramophone. Some talk of Alexander and some of Hercules, of Hector and Lysander, and such great names as these. But all the world's greatest hero, there's none that can compare with the tow, row, row, row to the British Grenadiers. The Lieutenant Commander of the Persephone has survived whatever befell his engine. He is key to understanding whatever occurred here. Ask him what happened here. How did the Persephone end up in this condition? We met the children on Hybris. We sought to know each other. Wanted to go to the wood. Wanted to see what it was kept from us. Percy is drooling as he speaks. The gramophone clicks as yet another patriotic dirge begins to play. Percy Blythe struggles in his bonds, pulling himself up to stand a little straighter. We made contact on Hybris. The fungus was so bright. So beautiful. His eyes shine gold. I brought it aboard. God forgive me. I wanted the crew to see, to know. Oil leaks from those hollow eyes. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Some came willing. Others refused to join us. We had to. He breaks off into silence, staring away into the middle distance. What happened to him? How can he be alive? Percy Blythe launches into a long, meandering, slurred story of children and gardens, of a cruel king who needed, but did not love his subjects, despite their love for him, of knowledge denied and growth checked, of tyranny and freedom, of grief and betrayal and longing. The music bursts into sudden life. Percy jerks and fixes you with an infected eye. I was stupid. I thought we would be welcome here. And we were. We were welcomed. We were loved. The children, the Verdants, they wanted us. He begins to sob. It is a sad, squelching sound. You could keep your distance. You're not going near his noxious secretions. Or you could console him. Something of the man remains. You approach gingerly, fishing for a handkerchief in your pocket. Reaching up, you begin to dab at the oily tears that scoured the lieutenant commander's face. Beneath the grime, you can see Percy's flesh is remarkably well preserved, saved for the vibrant tendrils of golden fungus running beneath the skin. Thank you, he whispers. More terror. Oh, so much terror. What does he want now? Can he even go home? Lieutenant Percy Blythe lets out a low moan and slumps forward. The chains of fungus adjust to accommodate this despair. Home, he slurs, like a drunk man demanding another drink. On Hybris. Mother spored us there. She set out her children across the stars to learn. The trader's wood. We were forbidden from entering there. But now its king is dead. But this craft failed before we could arrive. The body jerks, as though shocked. Percy's face rises to face you. London, he rasps. London. The voice of the fungus, and the voice of Percy himself. They battle. Oh, they battle. Here come the grenadiers, my boys, who know no doubts or fears. Then sing to row, 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 the British grenadiers. Continues to play in the background. Can the parasol still fly? The answer is almost certainly no. But there's no harm in asking. No. The lieutenant commander hisses, his eyes rolling in his head. Sabotage, mutiny, ignorance, no fuel. The children, too greedy, spread too fast, like fire. The engine is broken, the crew all gone. I am. His head lolls as though his neck were broken. Here's a health unto her majesty, with the fa la 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 la, confusion to her enemies. Continue on we go. Decide his fate. This cannot continue. This will bring the story of the Parsifal to a conclusion. Lieutenant Commander Percy Blythe, decorated hero of London's forces, first captain through the avid horizon, gazes at you, slack-jawed and unseen. Please, he rasps, take me home, or finish this. He twitches. We just wanted to know what was kept from us in Traitor's Wood. Why did our king not love his children? Percy Blythe, and then the fungus. You have uncovered the fate of the Parsifal. Now to decide what must be done with it. Blythe hangs listless in front of you, apparently exhausted. His head lolls, and his gaze is dull. What is to be done? Here are your options. Burn it all down. No one need ever know what happened here. It might be a mercy. You could take Percy Blythe to Hybris. Return him to Mother. Return Percy Blythe to London. Bring him home. Take Percy Blythe to Traitor's Wood. Let him complete his last mission. Two of these, Hybris and Traitor's Wood, are to the benefit of the fungus. The other two, to the benefit of Percy Blythe himself. We are going to return Percy Blythe to London to bring him home. The remnant of Percy Blythe does not appear to register your response. His head bobs with the tilting of the engine. You cup his head gently to avoid plunging your hand through the soft, rotten flesh of his neck. The chains of fungus quiver as you set to freeing him. His hand reaches for yours, and his gold-flecked eyes meet yours. An end, please. He rasps, London. I want... remember as I was. Oh, I forgot this was a choice. Oh, I forgot this was a choice. Grant him an end. Bring home his corpse. Or spare him. Bring him home alive. Perhaps he might yet be saved. Mercy? Question mark indeed. Oh. This is a tough one for me. This is a tough one for me. What do I do here? Grant him an end. Or not? Bring him home alive. Oh, I so forgot this was a decision. Fuck. It's what he wants. As much as it pains me, it's what he wants. Grant him an end. A small splatter of red and a longer drip of black follows. The corpse sinks to the floor as though abandoned by the fungus. His body has left a deep impression in the yellow mushroom that covers the wall. You bear the fallen captain of the Percival back to your engine, where his corpse is covered with an old flag. His last voyage is almost at an end. Fate of the Percival bring Percy Blythe's corpse to London. Percy Blythe, or that of which remains of him, is aboard your locomotive. And thus, we leave the Percival to its fate. Godspeed, Lieutenant Commander Percival Blythe. And may the wreck of the Percival and Lieutenant Commander Percy Blythe get the rest, get the final rest that they deserve. Let us head back. Let us head to Port Prosper. And also, let's take a stop by the memorial to the unknown rats, because our terror is abysmal. It's pretty much more or less on the proper route. Hi, Explorer. No thank you. The looming bronze woods cast deep shadows, perfect hiding places for outcasts, killers, and the desperate. Unless this is fuel, I'll actually need to bolt for Port Prosper. 'Cause as we've seen before, the view was not so good. All we found is some tea, which, while good, will not fuel us. So off to Port Prosper we shall head directly to, for we do not want to join the fate of the Percival. So let us go to safety, let us go to home, where the comforts of London rest for us to know. I'm not the best at making lyrics up on the fly. But I enjoy, damn it. There's a thing there. Huh. I'll explore that on my way back. Honestly, I'm probably not that great at scenery either, but I amuse myself with it. I mean, music has gotten me through so much, I can't help but just music to myself. Also, I made the right fucking call, just bolting straight here. Get in, get in, get in! Get in! Hey, join the celebrations! Yes, please. Reduce my terror, even if by but a little bit. Report. Join the Llamas Fair. A celebration of the bounty and fortune of poor Prosper. There is, an elderly lady whispers, and surreptitiously, likely to be a tombola. What? What is a tombola? That's actually a very, very question. What is a tombola? Actually, you can look that up. What's a tombola, game? Use terms that I have not seen. Tombola. Oh, it's a lottery state board game. Oh, it's bingo. Okay, that's bingo. Fair enough, it's bingo. All the I think it's like the tumbly deal, from what I saw, but maybe I was wrong. But oh well, yep, bingo. All the sights and sounds of a day at the fair in London. Genuine rubbery lumps, sold by the cartful. Icons of mayors past from Dick Whittington to Shining Jenny, line the streets. A Ferris wheel offers paying customers the chance to survey the heights of Port Prosper. Side stalls speckle the side streets, manned by gamblers and mountebanks. The main streets offer popular games and diversions. Watched over by a number of burly guards from the factories, you could promenade. The Lost Fair is a time to see and, crucially, to be seen. We could delve into the side stalls. Who knows what's lurking in the shadows? Stick to the main stalls. There are more respectable pleasures to be experienced. There's Run with the Crew of EastEnders. The fair offers rich pickings. And then there's this option. Beware the inadvisably big dog. Something large and immodestly fluffy this way comes. People hasten to get out of the way. Perhaps you should stop it. 88 hearts. Look at that picture. Yeah, success. Friends! A dog of colossal proportions, golden as a lick of pale nectar, comes stampeding through the stalls, crashing into displays, tripping bystanders. Menace in the body of a long-tailed, velvet-nosed, stuffed toy. You move into the canine's trajectory, arms spread wide. The dog takes it as invitation to pounce, bowling you over, and subsequently half drowning you in slobber. The locals are only too happy for you to lead the animal away, especially after they discover that no one knows who he belongs to, where he come from, and why they've tolerated him for so long. The inadvisably big dog is aboard your engine. Hey! He is aboard our engine. And now, let's delve into the side stalls. Who knows what's lurking? Ah, we failed. Damn. Oh well. It's fine. It's fine. Basically, the difference between failing and succeeding these is succeeding, you will improve on who you're trying to prove without really cost onto your other deal, while if you fail, you take a hit on your other deal, but an improvement on your deal. Delicious, rubbery lumps, at least for most of the senses at once. A feast for most of the senses at once. Carnival barkers invite you into this new excitement or another. A funhouse built like the HML Percival. Well, that's a little bit uncomfortable considering what we just encountered. It's just a wee bit uncomfortable. A haunted house built from a frontier homesteading. A game of knife and candle with real knives. Unfortunately, one of the other competitors is a prominent society lady incognito. You both avert your eyes and do your level best to avoid mentioning your mutual acquaintance. But the damage is done. That Admiral Nelson has invested in iron doors. Ah, it's joined the fair again. Alright. Next time around, there is more fare. Now, you may be wondering, the inadvisably big dog affects +1 iron. He is huge. He is enthusiastic. He is hairy. He wants very badly to help. The best thing about, and this, I think this is the first time I've had them, so this is just me making remarks right now. The best thing about this inadvisably big dog is the picture of a dog zoomed in. It is a massive dog. Your inadvisably big dog. It stares at you, drooling with love. When you meet its gaze, its vast tail wags, dusting your washed things from the sink onto the floor. Funk, funk, funk. Pat the dog, who is a good dog. Clumsy joy. If goodness requires that things are not destroyed in a creature's wake, this dog is probably not a good dog. Nevertheless, merely asking the question causes it to ascend into a riot of joy. Your slippers will never be the same again. But it's a rare sight to see something in the high wilderness so innocently happy. Aww. Anyways, we'll be continuing this, but I need to take a quick stretch, refill my water, all that jazz. I will be right back. I think that's all I have on my mic. I don't know. Just gonna do a little bit more, stretching. I, my blood circulation was clearly taking objections to matter, so I'm gonna see if I can't pump some feeling back into my hands. Not normal that happens, but then again, it's, um, I should probably get used to taking a little bit more stretches. I always forget about it. I always get so absorbed in things. And then my body contrasts otherwise. Also, as you can hear, the dogs are taking offense to me doing this. Go figure. Hey, settle. Luna! Luna! Settle! You're fine. You're fine. Everything's fine. It's all good. So, enjoy all the dogs taking note of me here, as I'm trying to just do a little bit of stretching. Yeah, hello. Good, dead o'clock of the day to everyone. I hope all is going well for y'all. I know I can't, no, you can't really see my head. Sorry. Alright, I could try to go further and further back, but, yeah, I, I hope all of y'all are going well. I really do. Get some blood back and flowing in me. Like I said, really need to remember to do that and just stretch more often. No, it interrupts in the flow a bit at times, but it's probably a lot healthier. And I know this too, which is why I really should be doing insofar as much. uh, foolish me. I know all I need to do to be healthy, and I just prefer to not do it. You know, like eating consistently. You do that as well. Yeah, no, basic things like that. Uh, da-da-da-da-da-da. Yep, pump something deal on it. These things aren't heavy or anything. They're literally just 2 pound weights, but they're enough to and easy enough to just kind of cart around and have around that. It gives me an excuse to just actually do a little bit of exercising with them. I've been a bit bad about it. Been a bit bad about it with all the house and pet sitting, so I need to get back into the routine of just regularly doing this. Because, again, it's healthy, and I know it's healthy. Not everything I need for exercise, but it's, something. And thus I should do it. Really should. Alright, then. Getting back in my hands? Mostly. It'll do. I'll have to do. Alright, let's see here. We want to go to the shops. We could turn in 1 tea. Bargains available. Ooh. Don't mind if I do. Some more munitions. Solos for the party. Some more sovereigns and some experience. We could sell this 1 tea here. I'm gonna keep it for the time being, because we do need some tea to talk to the signaler, and I do want to progress his stuff as well, so we'll keep that just in line. Let's see here, 5 and 5, 6 and 6. Don't need hours. Our hold currently has 2 Academa. That is good. A crockery, a tea, some explosions, some wood, and a caddy of dried. Yeah, and then those and those. Okay. Good. So, is there anything else here? Not really. I suppose we could offer transport to more settlers, but... well, honestly, we need to do something about my terror, like... pronto. So... our best bet here is... very much honestly... to get another use out of Magdalene's. Because we desperately need to reduce our terror, and Magdalene's is a good way to do so. An engineer cries out, her voice hoarse as a professional mourner. It's gone! She points through one of the stained glass windows. A star. It winked out. You look through the glass. Stars burn upon the firmament. The specific patch of sky she's pointing at is indeed empty. But you couldn't say if a star had been there before. We could dispose an additional ration of brandy, which we'll probably end up doing, distract the crew and improve morale. Make a joke of it and her. When we can't face the truth, we laugh at it. That's 50-50 cent. Set a watch on the stars. Is it true? If you organize a rota of observers, what do you see it happen? But it will mean exposing the watchers to the stars' perilous light. No. Have brandy, everybody. A reprieve. A prospect of brandy provokes a ragged cheer. Soon the crew have rosy faces and broad smiles. Your locomotive resounds to a lusty, if approximate, rendition of how the sailors lost their Z's. No one looks out the window, so no one looks at the stars. Yep, do not look. Do not look out. It's fine, it's fine. We're going to Magdalene's. It'll be fine. Everything will be fine. Worry not about the stars or whatnot. Nope. Nothing to worry about. Nothing at all. Yeah, as is clearly obvious, it's very unideal to get at this point of terror. Things start happening. Bad things. Very bad things. Another dog has taken up position there. As they rotate amidst... Alright, we can stew things a little bit off if we make a slight detour to there. Which I do want to do. Get some more hours, because it's just free hours sitting there. We have long made back our investment on our mining tool. Thank goodness. Thank goodness for that. Oh yeah, and unfortunately we do have a new quality here. Another one lost. When you fail your crew members die. Your letters of regrets are becoming rote. But we have one. That unfortunate crew member on board the Parsifal there, unfortunately, is our first crew that we have lost. And it is very, very, very tragic. Not too far, don't want to run into the memorial. That doesn't tend to go well with most folks. That reduces us to 52. We definitely gained ground on our terror. Now very quickly to Magdalene's. Very, very, very quickly to Magdalene's. Then to New Winchester to drop things off. And then we do need to head back to Hybris. we do need to go there for for what we need to do. We have a lot of things in London. Have a bunch of smuggled. We have a bunch of opportunities now and the like. That's fine. Lift Heaven is killed somebody, which is unideal to say the least. But again, they weren't one of ours. Yep, on the hunt to Iris. And we need a pane of stained glass still, too. Bring his corpse to London. We do want to do that. As you can see, we're starting to reach a point where a lot of signs are pointing towards head to London. Go to Albion. and we will sooner rather than later, but we will in due course. But that's likely going to wind up being next stream. We will make our stream to entering into Albion towards London. That's why this stream is effectively do all we need to do. And thus the continued problems of high terror, wasted time, morale is strained, and someone has been careless. One of the barrels in your hold wasn't securely fastened. It is split, spilling the precious hours across the floor. Already, the hour's insistent melancholy has begun to permeate the engine, and your clocks are becoming erratic. Throughout the whole barrelful, some of the geodes are cracked. The safest thing is to dispose of them quickly, and don't miss any that spilled out, or order the crew to collect every single hour. It will expose them to the strayed, solemn hours unspooling in the hold. But waste not, want not. I think, if I remember right, that one might cost us crew. I think that one might cost us crew. Which is, an ideal. Or maybe not. Fuck it. Fuck it. Those are our things. Those are our hours. We painstakingly collected them. A price paid. The crew assigned to the task emerged from the hold 30 minutes later, with 2 days stubble and faces worn with solemn lines. The geodes are back in their newly repaired barrel, though safe and sound. It is not the date that it was. You've gained 5 terror. Yeah, time gets funky with shit like that. Well, this is why you don't want your terror running high. Welcome to time when your terror is running high. Oh, hey, cool. On the plus side, on the thing I just noticed, hey, my person who worked to getting my bot in on my Discord to actually announce when my stream's going live. My bot is now working and is properly announcing again that when my streams come online. It wasn't before for a couple of days. Which is, yeah. Something I'm glad is fixed. Ooh, hold up. How much terror is that? Could that be a way around doing the actual deal, or... I don't know. I mean, we could just do it the proper way and get another unlicensed chart. That's not necessarily a bad idea. But maybe... depends on how much it does, really. Tick, 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 tick. We'll leave this here, actually, and we'll see how much the other deal does us. First up, port report. We go here, and treat your terror. We will go with Sunless again, because we still have a fair bit of those, and they're one of the easier things for us to get. Days rate, at any rate. Also, I realized I didn't read the other options here, just because I really like the past one, but it's like, a former crewman, they were lost in your service. Someone who once meant a very great deal, they are not with you now. A very boring individual indeed. Their tedium was sublimely crafted. And then there's someone from your past. I like this one because this Z one is great. Okay, that reduces a section, and this should do us well for the deal. While away the time with other captains. Magdalene's is a popular respite with most skyfarers in the Reach. There's always someone interesting to share a drink with in this house of comfort. An interlude. The Blythe Bar. Again, now that we are in the know, Godspeed, Percy Blythe. And the reception is famously well stocked. Attendants are on hand to keep an eye on the clientele and ensure no one seeks treatment while too squiffy. You while away a few hours in the company of several windward defectors, a traveling magician, a pair of quarreling botanists, and one almost definite ministry spy, aided by the convenient delights of a bottle or three of starshine-tinted brandy. Your terror has fallen. By a fair bit. Yay! Bazaar. Cheap honey. Yeah, no, what? We're here, sure. We'll be heading back to New Winchester in a bit. And by in a bit, I mean now. So, the advantage of this is that the rest of our terror should vanish once we reach back to New Winchester. And maybe I should have just done that instead of the Magdalene's deal, but oh well, it's fine. As in, at least one of the deals here and then this, but not both of them that, but oh well, it's fine, it's fine. It'll bring us back for sure to 0, and that's a good thing. Then we figure out what else. Oh wait, we know what we want to do here. We still have Hybris to finish up. And so I want to finish up Hybris. Because that just makes sense. One of the few things that I know that we are at, that we also, of current, have that we can complete here. As long as we keep on not running into some stained glass, which, I mean, I guess we could potentially, yeah. We need to find stained glass. We have not found stained glass. Let us have some more hours. Because they're here. Free. For the taking. Hi. We do need a repair bit. No, don't get close to me. I went straight into that one. Or we can... We're gonna demand their stolen souls, or... Right, because we had this rumor opportunity. But we have the chance to recover more of its weaponry. I'ma do this again. Because spares never hurt. Spares have never hurt anybody. AKA, we'll be just sticking this into our bank. Just in case. Whether for potential future needs, or in case we need to fall back on something monetary-wise. Just, it's there, in case. Let's deliver our port reports, 4 of them, before more of that. How we'll do this is, we'll get 1 more permit. They make up for some of the saloon stewed gossip that we have been using up. 2 more, 221. Excellent. See, we are now at 0 terror because this counted as a new Winchester dock. Not actually new Winchester, but it counts enough for the game's purposes. Because it might as well be, to be honest. It might as well be. And hello, sweet, beautiful new Winchester. We have had a hell of a fucking time. Let us just cruise on it. Be 132 sovereigns. We'll keep on towing the line. And that I mean tempt everything. Oh hey, more souls for Port Prosper. Okay. From Vaults and Blue Kingdom. Don't worry about that. Bank. Want this there. This there. Well, good thing is the hours that they messed up. I do not want to think on what would happen. What would have happened with, if something bad had happened to the munitions. I don't want to think on that. The answer is, oh god, such a horrifying prospect. Please do not bring that up again. Because, oh god, it's a horrifying prospect. What is our bank doing? Yeah, our bank's doing relatively fine. One of that, we need all of that. Victoria Market, we do indeed want... You know what, sure, 4 and 4. That works for me. Abraham's... Engineering... Only Captain wants our quarters. I kind of want to see if there's better stuff elsewhere, because obviously this isn't the end-all, be-all of stuff here. Misery Company. So yeah, we shall save on that, since we do have plans. And we want 3 souls? Yes. Yes, we do. Alright. To the circus. Because it's a good waypoint. Could probably pick up more tickets by this point. And then to Hybris. To Hybris indeed. Funnily enough, it's fitting the Port Prosper deal because we will be ending things off in Port Prosper, thus, why not take up a commission? Something ghastly. Ah, it's one of these things again. Supplies, but also terror. Kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. Not my most ideal place, but kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. We'll take it. The HML is Silonation. Don't worry about it. Fine. Nothing to worry about. A ship called it Silonation. It's all perfectly dandy. They're totally not trying to do dubious things to you. Oh, no, of course not, of course not. Who would possibly think that? This time around for Hybris, we're going the way this way, not the way through Terrorland. We'll leave Terrorland be. And yoink. Maybe we did too tight that corner. Terrors, you're briefly without terror. Port report. Collect free tickets, because of course we will. And we'll do this because this will get us Sky Stories and Visions of the Heavens. And we're coming out positive on this now. Go to the shop. The bazaar has seeds. A good price for verdant seeds. Yeah, sure. We have effectively 6 of each supply, so we should be good to make it to Hybris and back. Should be good indeed. And if we happen to run into a deal or two, and by that I mean a marauder or two, well, we should probably tackle the marauders. And try to come out ahead on them because repairs. Because we desperately are in need of repairs. Yep. And if we run into one of the scribe deals, fuck no. Oh, hey, hello, you two. Not how I wanted to do that. I did not want to face 2 at once, I'll be perfectly honest here. As let you... Alright, demand their stolen goods. Yes, please, so this gets out of the fucking way. Oh, we're storming the engine. Gained 5 of those. Sure, thank you. Now offer repairs, please, for the love of all that is, me surviving, please. I should have gotten a little bit of repairs to dock. I'm being a cheapskate, a cheapskate, a cheapskate. Who was being cheap? It was me. Now who's fighting marauders while being nearly dead? That would be me. That would be me. Oh, God save me. That would be me. I would have run to myself. Not being smart. Please repairs, please repairs. Neither of these options are repairs. Hebleh. It's all I will say. Hebleh. If I was fighting one at each, I would have been fine, but I got disorientated by fighting two at each, and, well, we all saw what happened there now, didn't we? It's me going on to Hybris on a wing and a prayer. Heh. What could possibly go wrong? Except horrible, horrible death. Oh, wait. Suffice to say, we will try to be as cautious as we can. We only really want to fight things that could potentially repair us. A lonely span of sky, dappled with drifting spores. Alright, Hybris, you out of the way fucking place. We have things to accomplish. By that I mean stories to complete. Yeah, I forgot. When you do have that rumor for the Spear Phage deal on the Souls, the game is very insistent on predominantly giving you that as an option for any Marauder you take on. Which is highly unfortunate, to say the least, when you're trying to fish for repairs or the like. But, well, it's the situation we are in. Alright, it's fine. We are on the... Yeah, I think we are on effectively what I will consider the final run of this stream. We'll go to Hybris, complete what we can here, and then we will be heading to Port Prosper. Obviously, we stop at New Winchester to, you know, probably repair. To likely repair for our foolishness. But yeah, we'll finish Hybris, we'll go to New Winchester, then we'll go to Port Prosper to drop off this final deal. And with that, well, with that, we will be prepared for the stream afterwards, where we will be going to a new area. That'll be exciting. Let's see here. By that point, I think I'll be in my normal setup too, so hopefully I'll be well situated back into a more normal routine, and hopefully I won't be starting late once more. But in theory, assuming everything's going to plan as it should be, I should be back into my normal setup by my Thursday stream, I think. Tuesday I'll still be in this situation, but otherwise, yeah. You're not far from Sasha's leg, and it's promising bronze retrieved. There is little obvious difference between the poisonous ones and the edible ones. Forage for mushrooms, search for bronzewood splinters. Yeah. Yeah, no. Terror Fallen. Bizarre. Is selling more hours, eh? Okay. The season now is like the thing we're not in a desperate rush for. Right, port report. Search for a very large fungus. You've been told this will help you find the colonists. Good, we succeeded, 72% chance. You and the Pernickety Factor hunt for several hours through the fungal forest, calling to each other in the marshy fog. The Pernickety Factor eventually retires to the Brendan for a restorative, leaving you to press on. You are just emerging from a promising bog when you spy a cloud of violet spores. It does not take long to locate the source. A wobbling tower of dripping purple mushroom. On the hunt for Hybris, You have regrettably found a towering pile of verdant fungus. You have gained one savage secret. Approach the fungus tower. It looms unhappily above you. In a certain light, it looks as though several smaller purple caps have fused together, like a circle of dancers covered in aspic. You strike a match before the membrane of the mushroom cap. The air smells like burning oil. Shreds of tendrils smolder and writhe as the veil of the mushroom tower parts, unleashing spores that float lazily towards you. One changes course in the air to ensure he does not miss you. We could burn the spores away. This does not seem healthy. Allow the spores to reach you. They seem to want something of you. Let the spores land on the golden fungus. You were told this might help. I think I want to do that one. Just making sure, but I think I want to do that one. As you can see, there is a lot of choices to be made that are mutually exclusive, and they are interesting in that respect. Let's see here. Actually, hmm. Okay, yeah. We will stick with our plan, I think. Although, yeah, okay. Let's just do this. Debating for a moment there on something, but I'll go with my gut instinct. You draw out the oily caps of gold mushroom. Spores alight on it. For one brief moment, the gold is speckled with pinpoints of violet. Then the fungus in your hands erupts in a frenzy of tendrils, which extrude towards the fungal tower and take root. Within a few minutes, the tower is entirely golden, the violent fungus having ceded to the aggressor. Beneath the newly golden skin, you can make out human shapes huddled together. The colonists have been thoroughly colonized. You found the colonists inside the fungus. So now we can either report your findings to the Pernickety Factor, you have found the colonists, or conceal the truth from the Pernickety Factor. You'd rather she didn't know the fate of the colonists. No, she deserves to know. Report your findings. The Pernickety Factor looks up from her tea when you return to the Brendan. Didn't let it steep long enough, she sighs. Back to it. Her eyes widen when you explain that there's no need. She sits in silence for a long time when you finish. At what price, youth? I can't help but wonder if we're... She shakes her head. London looks after its servants. Should you need assistance in the future, I'll put in a good word. She intends to remain on Hybris for a little longer, yet, and will not be departing with you. You told the Pernickety Factor the truth about the fate of the colonists. Pernickety Factor is gone, and you have gained one cryptic benefactor. And that is the unfortunate deal of Hybris. The unfortunate circumstances that lie upon. Let us leave this doomed place and get the hell back home to a place where we can repair. And then to Port Prosper afterwards. Fuck, 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 fuck. Fuck off and away from me, you piece of shit. Da da da. Piss off, you piece of shit. Da 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 da. Piss off, you swine. I do not like you. You can piss off with your things. Get the hell away from me. God damn it. Oh, no, it's not ending like this. Fuck's sake, the one thing I really did not want to run into. And of course I ran into it because these pieces of shit are goddamn everywhere. Gods, I hate them. Piss off, you damn screaming bastards. Ugh. How about we not have that game, and just let me leave? That would be wonderful. Certainly did not want the one thing that is actually amazingly difficult to fight and get away from. And also benefits me in no accord because I can't repair off of this shithead. Thank you. There's like numerous enemies that spawn in here. And of course I'm getting those things. The colonized cantankerite. At least I can manage those. There's a grave there, which means there's probably somewhere to repair or what have you, but I'm just moving on. Because that's the safer option. Just try to get the hell back home. Home, home, we want to be at home. Back to the nice, pleasant walls of New Winchester. We do not want to be here in the fungal spores. Why are you pawing me, dog? That is incredibly rude and painful because your claws are sharp, unless I don't want you putting pain on me. Also, you're not helping, dog. You're tremendously not helping. Ah, I see if you've gone to the other side to try to not help me even more. Alright, steady does it. We are almost to where we want to be. The fuck did that thing come from? No. No. Dying to a fucking cantankerite. Nope, nope, nope. You stay the fuck back there, you cranky ass motherfucker. What did I just say? How about you two distract on each other? Yeah, perfect. Good on you, fish. Good on you. That's the place I want to be. Ah, how's this for perilous vision back? Perilous journey of... Oh hey, I hear you wanted to get back safely. Not if I have word to that. But luckily I generally know how to get around other things. It was the skyscraper that is actually the most painful of the bunch, and that's why it actually got me. Much to my dismay. We should be fine there. The purpose of this, despite there being nothing in it, to act as a save point, basically. That was literally its entire purpose right then and there. To make it so I don't have to do the Hybris Gauntlet again, and I just need to get from the circus to New Winchester, which is a lot safer to do. Immensely safer. Take this route, being cautious of everything and careful of everything. As it so be, as it so be. Hello, enduring dreadnoughts, do not mind me. The last thing I need to die to is you accidentally running me down. That'd be awkward. Guess we can reduce some terror here. Reduce my terror. As an fungal asteroid in the same exact spot we've had fungal asteroids before. Like, I think literally on the trip here. Go figure. Goofy dog. To here first to drop off our port. Wait, what am I doing? I'll be going up this route anyways to get to Port Prosper. Me? Being inefficient? Never, never very much so. Hey, that was a smooth ride in. Perfect. Repair my locomotive. Hi, I just want to fix myself. Good as new. The mechanics take pride in their work. Your newly returned engine is not just fully repaired, it gleams. Yay! Thank goodness. Stores, bank. All but 3 here. And seeds can go there. Literature for Trader's Wood. We don't have any of that, so we're not going to worry about that. There are different prospects elsewhere, but prospects in here still take up slots. Thus, you don't want to go overboard and then go to an area where you can't possibly fulfill up your prospects. And thus, how it goes. Alright, I'm repaired, I'm stocked up. I have the 3 souls I need. I have some deals to stop by there with. Then we will go up and around to Port Prosper, where we shall end it at Port Prosper. It's been a productive stream. I'm happy with the progress I made. I've cleared up everything I possibly can here in in the Reach for the time being. Like I said, we're not done yet with things. We're just at a point where most of our progress is kind of stuck behind things in which require us to go, well, to the next area. Like I said, we will be taken back here. Without a doubt, we will be back here into the Reach. Well, else, we still have a prospect to deliver tea to people. Tea at a very good price, I might add. But even other than that, there will be quests and stuff that take us back here. And we will want to do so. And we will need to go back here, through here as well to get to potential other areas. But yeah, certainly, we have reached our queue, pretty much. And that queue will take us away to different lands. Next stream indeed. I'm looking forward to it. Like, we've been in the Reach for all of these streams. Oh, Albion. Albion is a place. And not only is it a place, but we'll also be reunited with London. Let that tantalizing bit sink in for the next week. Or London. We've been hearing plenty of mentions about Albion in London, and we'll be finally making our way there. So I'm not here to reduce our terror by a bit. Thank you. Godspeed, Radisfaber. Godspeed. Thank you for your service. Oh boy, do we have a lot of quests. Just occurred to me how many of our quests that we currently have say, yeah, go to London now. The game is all but practically begging me, please, make your way to London. And, well, I'll do so. Guaranteed, I will go there. My puppy. Ooh, look at that quick shot! Look at that shot! Oh, I'm happy with that shot. I am happy with that shot. Ole. And ole. My aims on these future shots haven't been great, but that's fine. Spend size? No. We'll just get some sovereigns and continue along our way. Hull's still in perfect shape. Well, at least I had a good combat to end things off on. A little bit of lay. HML Zimmerman. Just a little bit of an old lay to end things off. One always has to worry about those guys because if they do hit, as we've seen in the past, the Volcan Tanker really do hit hard. Far off refineries. Yes, 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 indeed. Let us pull in. Perfect. Perfect. Is it the windward deal? One last celebration. Disliked. We are now disliked by them. What a note to end off on. And to be disliked by those folks. So go to the Llamas Fair one more time. You are embraced. You are embraced. Let's see here. I don't lose anything off of any of these, do I? Do I? Just making sure I've been steadily trying to work my way up towards there. It'd be mighty inconvenient to lose stuff. Do-do-do. Let's see here. Okay, okay. So I shouldn't lose things. I just get stuff, huh? Alright then. Let's, since we haven't really done much of these, run with the crew of Ascenders. The fair offers rich pickings. Ah, neat. Distracted tourists flush with unlovable items won from various stalls. Young ladies and gents careless with their wedding bands. Embarkers so intent on promising wonders at the reach, far from the security of Port Prosper. They've forgotten to secure their own pockets. You and your friends examine your haul at the end of a brisk promenade down the bridge. Precious little coinage, but a number of highly alarming prizes won. There's no accounting for taste, apparently. Gained 3 uncanny specimens. Nice. Transport, no, we definitely aren't doing that. 1, 2, 1, 2. Stock up there. And sell our souls. 50 sovereigns and 150 experience. Okay then. And with that, everybody, thank you all so much for sticking around, watching, and accompanying me through this, albeit late and weirdly timed, but it's at least existent session of Sunless Skies. We have done as much as I feel we can in the Reach, for now, and feel we are ready to proceed on to Albion and London, for which we shall do next time. Next stream coming up is Tuesday, which will be more Final Fantasy X HD Remaster, where we will, honest promise, finally take down Sin, and then probably dive in a bit of post-game strengthening, so that I can bite the Omega Caverns and possibly Dark Hounds. We'll see. We'll see how things go. But definitely Sin's on the agenda there. Next after that is Thursday, which shall be more Troubleshooter, Abandoned Children. where we just got access to robots, and I am intent on using them throughout a bunch of side quests that we need to catch up on anyways. It'll be fun. Robots and engineers. Excited for it. Following that, it will be Saturday, which will be more Doom Eternal. This time, we will probably be sticking on schedule, because I don't think there's anything planned that'll potentially strike me off. But in there, we'll be going to Hell and Beyond. To Hell and to Heaven. And then after that, we will wrap back up around to next Sunday, which will indeed be more Sunless Skies, where we shall enter through the transit relay to Albion. And I hope to see you all there, whether it is for my next stream, for my next Sunless Skies stream, or whenever I next see y'all. I hope you have a pleasant one, a pleasant day, a pleasant evening, a pleasant week, whenever, a pleasant time until next I see you all. And until then, may all be well, so that all manner of thing shall be well. And I hope y'all continue to spread little bits of kindness here and there wherever you can. For it is the least we can do to try to help make this world a better place, however little we can, and within the power capable of us. It's the least we can do. Anyways, take care, y'all, and have a good one. Cheers, and I'll see you next time.